Hello, everyone. Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome to our, we're streaming Starship, baby. This is the best thing, period. I think there's nothing more exciting than watching the world's largest, most powerful rocket fly. We start early. I know there's people going, why are we going so early? Well, we do this for a few reasons. Number one, just to make sure when things are changing throughout the night. We've got some great night views for you guys. We've got a couple of them and all that stuff. So we'll let those play. I'm going to just kind of kick off the stream here tonight, give you guys a sense of what's going on. Maybe give you a little hint on what's been going on. Sorry that I missed the pre-launch party stream. I promise I had a good excuse. As you probably know, that's the exact time that we ended up doing Elon Starbase Tour number 3. So we got a lot of, I think we spent over 2 hours together. Probably got, an hour and a half of usable footage. It obviously has to get approved before anyone sees it. So put on your patience pants, my friends. But hopefully, in the next few weeks, a couple weeks or so, we'll be able to get it out to you guys. And learned a lot. Learned a lot. I think there's been other times where we learned a ton, especially early on when things were just crazy. Some of the stuff that, that we talked about with Elon this time was a little bit more, a little bit more like we kind of see it coming. But there's some fun little things. I did learn quite a few things still. Star Factory's crazy. It's cool. It's going to be fun. There's a lot of awesome footage. I'm still downloading it as we speak. I can't wait for you guys to see it. That being said, don't forget, guys. So like I said, we're kind of kicking this off now. Just kind of going to get this up there. We're going to get the stream going. And then we let our crew do a thing. What's that called? Sleep. So we're just going to kick this off for you guys, leave you guys with some beautiful rocket ASMR. And then the crew's going to get some sleep. We've been running. This has been the wildest week of my life, honestly. I can't even explain what all we've had been going on in the background too. But what's fun is that we're going to leave you guys with some stuff. But before we do that, I'm going to do a little thing called a pre-launch preview for you guys. Ooh, that's a cool shot. Was that a drone? That is a drone, right? That is so cool. Anyway, I'm gonna pull a pre-launch preview here for you guys, and we're gonna do what we do before launches, where I'm gonna give you some expectations on what we hope to see and what we expect for this flight. So if you want to learn more about this, you can go to everydayastronaut.com, click on upcoming launches, and you can get all the little things, including the checklist here. That notice that it's out of date because all of our people that are writing have been out here running around like crazy. Not even had time to update the article, but this is all the important stuff. And actually, the launch window has officially been set to 7:20. So that's why you see our countdown clock is T-minus 8 hours and 13 minutes. So what is this? This is going to be the 4th flight test of Starship, full stack flight test. It's going to be taking off June 6th. So if you're watching this right now, I hope you can see on the top left of your screen, you do see a countdown clock. And you see a local time zone that is central time here in the United States. So pay attention to that countdown clock. Check in on it. But we got 8 hours, so set your alarms now so you don't miss it. But it's gonna 7:20 Central, which would be 12:20 UTC, is the current T0. Now that could move around a little bit depending on variables. We don't even know why they pushed back 20 minutes in the first place, but yeah. The mission name for this is Starship Flight 4. The launch provider and the customer for this is SpaceX. This is purely a test. These are prototype tests. You think of these as I will tell you something that Elon told me. He said, right now we're not flying payloads. Our payload is data. And I was like, that's the best way I've heard that put. They're just trying to solve questions still. They're trying to test while flying and solve the big questions of, how's the heat shield going to handle, how stage separation, all these things that they're just solving in real time. So the payload for this is we didn't even talk about that. Why am I skipping ahead? Rocket for this is Starship S29 as the upper stage and super heavy booster B11. If you guys need a little rundown on what's different between Flight 2 and Flight 3, I do have a video about that. I think I've got it linked in the description. You can find it on YouTube when we come out, when we close out here. Check that video out if you want to get just the last minute before this thing takes off. If you want to know what's new and different, give that a watch. And this is taking off here at the orbital launch pad, the only one so far at Starbase, Texas. We did talk about pad 2, which is really exciting. Payload mass for this. Again, the payload mass is is data. The payload is data. The payload doesn't weigh anything because it's flipping of bits. So ones and zeros, my friend. That's what the payload is. Where will Starship go? It'll attempt to re-enter over the Indian Ocean, where the upper stage will go. Will they be attempting to recover the first stage? Not recover it, but they are trying to do a soft splashdown landing. Where will the first stage land? It'll perform a soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico, something like 30 to 60 kilometers off range. So, I'm going the wrong way with that. I don't know, 20 to 40 miles. Horrible. That was a wrong way of doing that. Where will the first stage land? Okay, yeah. Will they be attempting to recover the fairings? There are no removable fairings on Starship. Will they attempt to recover the second stage? Not this time, but in the future. But again, they're trying to re-enter and learn from re-entry on the second stage of Starship as well. This will be the fourth flight of Starship in Super Heavy stack, so the full stack. The fourth launch attempt of an orbital class rocket from the state of Texas. Because even though this rocket's not technically going into orbit, it is an orbital rocket. It is capable. They literally just intentionally don't continue on into orbit. They cut the burn short so that it re-enters safely and doesn't potentially leave Starship stranded up in space. So, it's an orbital rocket, orbital class rocket, but it's not going to orbit during these initial test flights like this. The fourth launch from the state of Texas, and the 53 flight of a liquid fueled rocket from the state of Texas. And it's already like the 50-something whatever launch of SpaceX of the year, which is absolutely insane. What's this all mean? Like I said, we've got just kind of the video here that I talked about, the what's new and different between Flight 3 and Flight 4. Give that a watch if you haven't watched it already to learn the whole rundown. There's not a ton of hardware changes on this one. It's definitely a lot more of like a software thing, and they're just kind of testing things. Making tweaks. Although Elon did say there's about 1,000 changes, and he was pretty sincere, like hardware changes even. Pretty sincere about that. So that's just wild to think about. Now, I did want to mention before we move on and before I probably get ready to wrap out that we do have 15% off. There's a little link here of our heat shield collection. So obviously that's the big star of this show right now is the heat shield tiles on Starship. We have a handful of things that are heat shield based, like a new button up that's heat shields that I'm a big fan of. But we also have our famous color changing mug. I did see someone on the internet the other day, or maybe a month ago, accidentally microwave this or dishwasher it, or maybe both. Do not do that. These are not dishwasher safe. They are not microwave safe. But they do change color to the exact Pantone of Starship's tiles when they're under plasma, which is like the coolest thing ever. And then of course we have our huge oversized beach towel and our hydro flasks. These are like custom sheared towels. They're freaking awesome. All that stuff is 15% off as a celebration of hopefully seeing these heat shield tiles go wild tomorrow. Hopefully better than it did last time. And don't forget to check out our RUD sections. These are 50% off of remaining inventory. Almost sold out on like almost everything in the store and these old merch. So 50% off of everything in the RUD section. So get it while you can, because I promise they're going gone. So if you see something in there, better grab it right now. everydayastronaut.com/shop. I don't think I'm going to have time to answer questions because I promised the crew, I promised them that I was going to get them to bed at a decent time tonight. We still have a few things to do. And I want to be a man of my word, right? So 7:20 a.m. here. Let's just make sure comments are working, make sure everything's going well. There we go. Clinton Evans, send Tim to Jupiter Fund. You guys must really not want me on this planet. I get it. I'll take the hint. I guess I'll send myself to Jupiter thanks to this $5 Australian. I don't know what the A is. Thank you though so much for the tip. That is awesome. But yeah, I want to know how you guys are feeling about this launch. Give me a 1 through 10. 10 being as flawless as it can be, which would be a soft propulsive splashdown of both the ship and the booster in one piece. That's a 10. A 1 would be it doesn't make it off the pad. Not that it's scrubbed, but that it didn't make it off the pad. So let me know your 1 through 10. I think I'm like an 8.5 for this one. I'm really hoping we see the booster make it through the landing burn for sure. And then ship. If we get telemetry all the way down to the ground, whether or not it does a propulsive landing, telemetry to the ground would be awesome. Yeah, I think that's about where I'm at. I'm thinking it'd be really cool if it actually survived the bulk of reentry. So that's me. That's what I would classify as an 8. I would say a 5 is kind of doing the same thing that we did last time. Like it, doesn't make it through reentry. The booster doesn't make it into its landing burn or anything. So yeah, I'd say I'm about an 8. Looks like you guys are around there too. I'm seeing lots of 8s and 9s, a few 1s, a few 2s, 7s. Probably could have made that like a poll so it was a little bit more coherent and not just spamming of chat, but there you go. That's me for you. Yeah, I'm trying to think if is there anything else? Andrew, Spencer, anyone? I mean, we should just do the thing so we can get some sleep tonight for once. It's been a long couple days. Ooh, I do love that. Let's pull up. I did want to show you guys this awesome little trajectory video that we have here that will show you what we can expect tomorrow. Liftoff, max Q. The booster does a boost back burn with the hot staging, and then it jettisons the hot stage ring, which is something I completely forgot to ask Elon about. But I feel like that's one of those things that's not going to be there forever. We know that already. The ship will continue on. So the booster will splash down. The ship will continue on all the way. This is the trajectory it follows. It goes all the way over Africa. It starts to re-enter around here, around the Indian Ocean. And then that's when we're going to see that plasma again, just like we did for Flight 2 or Flight 3, which is just absolutely stunning. And hopefully this time we actually get it to go and survive. We'll get a landing flip, a landing burn, and a splashdown if it actually goes well. So all the fingers crossed. And that's what we're hoping to see tomorrow, which I hope you guys saw Flight 3. That's still some of the most spectacular spaceflight footage I've ever seen because we've never seen live plasma on reentry like that before. That's impressive. So, yeah, I think that's, there's so many people. I want to say hi to everybody, but, I mean, thank you guys so much for your chats and stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to get to these. So just know, like, I do see these. I don't have time to put them all up on screen and answer everything, especially as I'm trying to get the crew to bed. I already hit my 15-minute time that I said. Although I said I was going to be on air for 15 minutes, and we do have like a 2.5 or 3-minute intro. So I'm going to indulge myself for a second. Man on Mars coming in hot. Let's go Starship. Mr. Space Repairs, 13 months of membership. Thank you so much. And Musical Wolves. We got to get one out for Musical Wolves. Always glad to have you in chat. Thank you so much, Musical Wolves. How do you always gets in no matter what? And I love it. We have a few more here. I don't know if I can get through these before I get the, let's do one of these, from Hef Williams. Hi, Tim. How confident did Elon feel? I mean, to be honest, his answers are always very we'll see. And he doesn't really put expectations. He just kind of was like, we'll see how this goes. He's like, I have a pretty good feeling that hopefully we'll do better than last time. But he's always he's hedging his bets. Is like, he even said, we kind of talked a little bit about the fact that it could have a reversion. We could, they're changing so many things. It could be like when SN 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, we kind of saw 8 do decent, 11 do worse, 10 do better. 8 do decent, 9 worse, 10 better, 11 worse yet, and then 15 was like the best. Yeah. Could they launch from chopsticks to save the pad? No, those chopsticks can only lift about 100 some metric tons, maybe 200 metric tons or whatever. And when the vehicle is fully fueled, it's 5,000 tons. So the chopsticks aren't lifting anything when there's fuel on board at all. Well, thank you so much. Let's answer this one real quick, just from Chris in Arizona. Tim, you will make it to the moon. My feeling, I love your commitment. Thank you for everything. Now, I did say this very clearly in my statement, that going to space is not like my mission. It's not my goal. It's not the reason that I do this. It was just simply a cherry on top. And I would be genuinely, completely content. Actually, I'm not out there trying to find a way to get to space anymore. Like, that's not a thing. That just happened to be an opportunity that was in front of me. Of course, I took that opportunity because how can you not take up that opportunity? And I'm not actively seeking that. So thank you for all those well wishes. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and wanting to watch this launch with us. So I think that's gonna do it, guys. We got sleep to do. We got a crew to tuck away, say night night, and then we're gonna be back here. I'll be back on air at T-minus 2 hours. That's when I'll go live because that's when we actually start to get some tank farm activity, and we'll actually know if we're on for a launch. Is around T-minus 2 hours. So I'll be on at T-minus 2 hours. So 6 hours from right now, that's all the time I get to get a little teeny tiny sleep. So I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you enjoy our ASMR that we're going to leave you guys with tonight. Leave the stream up. It does us a big favor when you guys do. Just kind of leave it on in the background, even as you sleep. Yeah, it just helps the algorithm out a lot. So thumbs up is awesome. I appreciate that. And hopefully you guys are ready for another really, really exciting Starship test flight tomorrow. So, okay, I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in so far. But that's going to do for me for now. I'm going to get some sleep. Okay, goodbye, everybody.
Loud descending from ship in 10 seconds. Loud descending from ship in 10 seconds.
Hi, it's me, Tim Dow, the Everyday Astronaut. It's happening, everyone. I hope you guys are ready for the most exciting thing I think you can witness. These you never know what's going to happen when you have a prototype vehicle that's the world's largest, most powerful rocket ever built, flying. And at this stage, I mean, it's just crazy. This is such a prototype era. We are extremely lucky to be able to witness a vehicle like this launching. And for us here, our team, with the Everyday Astronaut team and the Cosmic Perspective team here, we're only 5 miles away from this vehicle, 8 kilometers. It's wild. It's an absolutely crazy thing to experience. If you ever get a chance to come down and see a rocket launch, this is one that you would like to catch. I promise you that. It doesn't get more exciting than this. And today's launch is extra exciting because we're hoping to see them be able to do some cool landing maneuvers, reentry, all the exciting things that we saw them make good progress on last time. But we hope to see further progress compared to Flight 3. So before we even get started, I just wanted to say thanks to all the crew that's listening in here that's been up all night. I happened to actually get a couple hours of sleep, which is awesome. But the crew's been like working through the night and getting just like 10 seconds of sleep. They're zombies. I think Andrew Keating was incapable of using human words this morning, which is a good sign that he was working too hard. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that's behind the consoles and Spencer and the whole team that's that back home and from abroad helping out today with our coverage here today. It means a lot. I know that the sacrifices you guys are making, and it does not go unnoticed. So thank you so much, guys. And to all of you guys streaming, thank you for watching. As you can tell by some of our views here, we are seeing the tank farm starting to spool up, which is a very good sign. The cars have mostly left the pad, is my understanding. The village has been cleared, so we're under 2 hours away from, we don't know for sure. This time could always slip. You know, we always kind of say it's net, no earlier than T-minus 1 hour and 53 minutes. That's the latest time that we had known publicly. That was the current T0 time, but seems to be holding based on, you know, the fact that the tank farm's spooling up. You can see that big cloud of condensation with the, you know, not sure right now from this view if that's the Pope vent or if that's one of the subcoolers or something. But that's, yeah, the point is we got tank farm activity about when we should have tank farm activity going on. So, and just on cue, there's more venting. So that's, right now at this stage, that's good. That means they're starting to cool the propellants to be able to get them loaded in. They also cool down the lines that lead from the tank farm up into the rocket. So it is quite foggy from us even, so I hope that it clears up a little bit here. But yeah, this is awesome. I can't wait. These are so freaking exciting. And let's, just like we normally do at the beginning of these streams, maybe we should start off with a pre-launch preview. We did one last night, kind of, but that being said, if you ever want to know something about a big rocket launch, we're not doing an article for every single launch these days. There's like hundreds and hundreds of rocket launches these days. Back when Everyday Astronaut started, I remember like waiting months for the next launch, literally months and months between rocket launch attempts. And it was like attempts, even like sometimes like, you know, a vehicle would scrub and it wouldn't go out to the pad. You know, it'd take like 2 months between. I remember I was trying to catch a launch in 2014 and it kept scrubbing. And I flew down there. And there's like, that was actually CRS-3. It was the first Falcon 9 with landing legs. And I remember continually going back and forth and trying to catch that launch. And yeah, nowadays, like if you want to catch a Falcon 9 launch, just hang out in the Cape area for like 3 days and you're pretty much guaranteed to see one. It's wild. So that being said, the liftoff window for this, I forgot to refresh this, and I don't even know if it's updated because our authors have also been in the field. But, it did get fixed, I think. Okay, awesome. So the liftoff time is June 6th. That's today at 12:20 UTC, 7:20 local time. We do show the local time here on the top left, and we also, of course, have the countdown clock. That is real. That is as up to date as we are. You're with us here. So the mission name for this is Starship Flight 4. You also might hear it called IFT4, Integrated Flight Test, because it's the fourth time they've flown the Starship upper stage integrated to the Super Heavy booster. So you might hear IFT4, but Flight 4 is pretty much what is being called lately. So I've just been going with Flight 4. Launch provider for this. This is a SpaceX launch. The customer, this is a SpaceX launch. This is a SpaceX test I had a conversation with Elon Musk last night where we did a tour of Starbase, an update with the, all the new Star Factory and everything. And yeah, it was crazy because he reminded me of something really important. Well, maybe we'll get to that when we get to the payload mass. There we go. I already did it last night, but we'll do it again. The rocket for this is Starship S29. That's the 29th serial number basically of Starship, and B11, so the 11th booster. So as you hopefully know, and if you don't, I have a video on like what's new and different compared to Flight 3 and 4 hardware. But the cool thing about all of these is the amount of engines on these vehicles is just absolutely absurd. The booster has 33 Raptor engines, and the Raptor engine is, I would say, objectively the most advanced rocket engine. It's not some fanboyism. It's just that it's full flow stage combustion cycle, pushing chamber pressure beyond what I think anyone thought was realistically capable for an operational engine. It's methane, methalox, absolutely wild. So what a crazy time that we watch a rocket that flies with 33 rocket engines. So and then the Starship vehicle has 6. So 3 sea level and C Raptor engine, and then 3 sea level C vacuum Raptors. It's gonna take me a second to wake up. The payload. Okay, so and where's this taking off from? This is from the orbital launch pad in Starbase. So Starbase is right on the border between the United States and Mexico. Basically, it's like right. I mean, it's only a few 3 miles, 5 kilometers away from the border of Mexico. So we're out here near South Padre Island in Brownsville. It's a very unique, strange place. One of the best places you could possibly watch a rocket from, because even the public gets to be only about 5 miles and 8 kilometers away from the rocket, so from Isla Blanca Park. Friendly note then, too, on that, if you ever want to visit, I do have a video all about how to visit Starbase. Even if you're out here today and you're listening to this and you're like, I don't exactly know where we should be going to watch this, I would stop watching the stream right now, pull that video up, how to visit Starbase. I will tell you where to go, where not to go. Friendly reminder at this point, do not even try to go out Highway 4 towards Boca Chica or Starbase, because you'll get turned around. So you could lose valuable time. Let's say you're trying to rush out to catch the launch at 7:20. Don't try to go out Highway 4 anymore. That's all closed down. Your best bet is Isla Blanca Park in South Padre. Okay, so the payload mass for this. There is no payload, and Elon had I think my favorite one-liner. He said, the payload for these initial test flights like this is data. They are just simply trying to solve launch. They're trying to solve and answer questions about the heat shield and about a lot of other things. So the payload is data. Let's see here. Where will Starship go? It's going to attempt to re-enter over the Indian Ocean. So we will pull up maybe now, Spencer. I don't know if it's too hard to do the trajectory playback, but we could show kind of exactly how Starship's going to its planned trajectory and how it will re-enter over. Look at that, Spencer. How are you on it this morning with like no sleep? So this is taking off from Texas here. Max Q, staging boost to the boosters in blue there. It's going to come back and land, I don't know, 60, 50, 100 kilometers offshore. Not exactly sure on that number. The ship will continue to burn until about Florida, and then it will coast from that point on a trajectory that takes it all the way over Africa, and then it will re-enter here just kind of once it's over the Indian Ocean. And and then it's going to go through that heating phase that we saw last time that was so exciting. And hopefully this time it holds up a lot better. Then we have the landing burn, the flip burn, splashdown. So that's if all things go well. We're going to see those things, the landing burn, the landing flip, the landing burn, and splashdown, because they will actually try to propulsively land Starship. So that is very, very cool. Okay, so let's keep going here. Well, it was going to go to the Indian Ocean, where they attempt to recover the first stage. Not recover it, but they are attempting to do a soft splashdown. So where will they be trying to land the first stage? Super Heavy will perform a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. Will they attempt to recover the fairings? There are no removable fairings on Starship, and right now there's not even a door that's operable for this particular mission. Will they attempt to recover the second stage? Not this time, but again, they'll do that. Hopefully get that soft splashdown if they get that far. Very exciting. This will be the fourth flight of Starship Super Heavy Stack, fourth launch of an orbital class rocket. Notice I said orbital class, not orbital rocket. It's not going into orbit. That's very important to remember. I know it's a bit of a, we're splitting hairs here, but that's rocket science, baby, and that's that's kind of where we're at. So it is not targeting an orbit. It is just shy of orbital velocity on purpose to be able to put itself on a reentry trajectory over the Indian Ocean, so they don't accidentally leave. You know, they're really worried about just trying to get this thing into reentry as simple as possible at this point. So they're just working on the reentry phase. If they can solve that, then they're ready to keep going into more than that. So and this is the 53rd flight of a liquid-fueled rocket from the state of Texas. Pretty fun. So if you want to read more about this, and this is that video I was talking about with Flight 3 versus Flight 4, check that out. Our article is everydayastronaut.com. And click on upcoming launches. You can read more about that. And then while you're online as well, don't forget we do have 50% off of some classics. We are almost out of F1s. I think most F1s are already sold out. The Aerospace shirt's almost completely sold out forever. That was our final run of shirts. A lot of the stuff is already sold out. So if you want 50% off of some classic shirts, everydayastronaut.com/shop. And we even have 15% off of our brand new, we have a really cool heat shield collection. So that's where you're going to see like this mug that changes colors is in this heat shield collection. We even have a brand new heat shield button up. So, and it's on sale in honor of today's, hopefully we're going to see some spicy heat shields. So if you want to help support the channel and get some awesome stuff for yourself, like the ISS cupola umbrella or the orbital shirt, I forget to tell people this. This is actually, it's like puff paint on it, and I absolutely love it. So it's like puffy letters, and we'll have a little cheat sheet of all the orbital velocities on it. If you want to support the channel, everydayastronaut.com/shop. It makes all the world to me. So makes all the world, it means all the world to me. Okay, let's see. All right, let's keep going here. Let's get to some of your chats because we're in that waiting period where we're hopefully waiting to see some more things be exciting, and as we're now within 2 hours, there we go. We've got some cams. So the bottom that you see on the bottom left right now is really dark, but that'll look great once the sun is up. That is one of our high-speed cameras. But you can see the tank farm bottom right. That's a thermal camera there, and that's going to give us an update on kind of when the rocket starts to fuel up. We'll actually see it begin to fuel up in our thermal camera. So. That's going to be, kind of all eyes on that here. But that's not until, what is it, like T-minus 40 minutes these days or whatever. So, we're hoping to keep eyes on that. So that's kind of the next thing we're looking for. So let's get to some of your questions. I'm, again, so thankful that everyone's tuning in here this morning already. I know for some people, you've probably been up for a while over in Europe and stuff like that. So welcome. It's pretty awesome that we're here to celebrate history and watch history together. So we have lots of new memberships. I can't get to them all, but thank you so much. If you have become a member, it's a great way to support the channel. We'll be pulling in some, you don't have to do super chats or anything. We'll just pull up questions as we see them come in. And obviously I'll try to get to the supporter questions as soon as I can too. But the memberships and the super chats really, really do help a lot. So yeah, we're within an hour before we should start to see prop load. Let's see here. So yeah, from Marcel and Rocco and John here with super chats and memberships, and Mateo becoming a member. Thank you so much. And Mark Ellis, I'm just gonna fly through these quick just so we can get caught up on your questions, and then we'll just hang out and get ready for a launch. All right, so and Eva F became a member, and Jeff, I've overcome my DOD issues from Jeef. Thank you. I didn't know you had DOD issues. I'm glad you overcame them. I appreciate the support, though, sincerely. Kevin Miller just became a member. Thank you so much. This is from Chris Christoph. Good to hear from you. Starting the coffee fund for Tim. Why does SpaceX pick these early launch times when seemingly they could pick any other time for test flight? Easier to get FAA clearance outside of peak air travel hours. I think that's a big part of it. Not having the beach closed for the public here in Cameron County and in Brownsville. You know, this is still a public beach, just basically right next to the rocket. So doing this early in the morning prevents people from being able to access the beach is probably one of the bigger ones, because, you know, the road will clear. Hopefully this thing takes off this morning. They have until 9. They have a 2-hour launch window. And then they'd have to clear it, but that leaves the rest of the day for people to be able to get access to the beach. So, yeah, so that's I think that's the main reason why we see it so early. Yeah, that's my guess at least. This is from Brandon saying, I'm just not understanding the heat shield tiles. I know the belly flop requires protection, but they seem like the weakest part of the vehicle. They just keep falling off. Yeah, again, to that conversation that I had with Elon yesterday. I know we're probably going to ask, when's that coming out? It'll have to go through an approval process. So I'm not sure how long. We'll see. It might be a few weeks. So just kind of put your patience pants on. We appreciate that. But yeah, he talked a lot about heat shields. And one of the big questions at this point is they don't even know for sure if the heat shield they're using is, like, how necessary is it even? If they have a missing tile, is that totally mission over? Is that totally that this vehicle's donezo? He's talked about, you'll actually notice that it's flying with 3 heat shield tiles missing. That is intentional. As you could guess, you know, obviously they went up and replaced some heat shield tiles. It'd be really funny if they just missed 3 and they're like, whatever. You'll notice, though, the 3 that are missing are in an unpressurized area of the vehicle. So that's what he said. He goes, we're likely thinking a burn through on the vehicle right now would, the burn through on the vehicle right now, if it was in a pressurized area, would cause destruction of the vehicle. But he's like, we want to see what would happen though if it burns through in an inert area. So the skirt of Starship is, you know, where the Raptor engines are, is unpressurized. And if it had a burn through during this reentry, they could at least see and see how bad the damage is. Yeah, so that's just their way of A/B testing, knowing, like, are these heat shields completely necessary? And then that gives them the data to move forward. Like, okay, do we really have to focus on heat shields? Like, is heat shields, like, if they fall off, is this completely donezo? Or are they good enough? And if they are really important, do we have a backup? And so he even talked a little bit about having, like, an ablative material behind the heat shields tiles, just in case a heat shield falls off. They have a refurbishable backup, so they don't completely lose a ship. They're getting better, I think, at the heat shields. So, yeah, I think they're feeling better about them staying on intact. So we will see. This is from Gene Robert. I know this is going to be a very common question, and obviously, I would probably prefer to defer to the statement that I made on X and Instagram and here on YouTube. Obviously, as you know, I'm disappointed, but, you know, life moves on. We still have a million things to be excited about, and I still have, I think, an amazing life and career that I'm extremely happy and proud of. So I'm moving forward, obviously, and my thoughts are always out to all the rest of the crewmates and hoping they're all doing okay. But yeah, it wasn't the ideal outcome. It was obviously a known possibility. Same with the option of going to the moon, was not out of the realm of possibilities. But yeah, the timeline was not ideal. So Noah, we answered this just a minute ago about the early morning thing, like we said, and thank you for your super chat. Yeah, we mostly just, I think it's mostly the beach, just so they don't totally, keep the beach unavailable to the public, as well as I think the FAA likes them to fly this early. Oh, and the other big one too is they do want to re-enter, I think probably during daylight as best as they can with Starship. So this is they're still going to be re-entering in the Indian Ocean and being in daylight. So if they waited later, it'd be re-entering during night. They just might not get as much valuable data. Those cameras were unbelievable. Probably gave them an incredible amount of data towards how their heat shields are doing. So I think that's actually one of the bigger reasons why they launch at this time, early in the morning. So, okay, let's keep moving here. This is from Cosmic Fella, just in the chat. We grabbed it. Again, remember, just if you're asking questions, and we'll look for them, and we'll try to throw them into our queue, and we'll get to as many as we can. This is from Cosmic Fella saying, do you think they can get a booster and ship to soft land on water this time? Seeing improvements for each IFT relative to the previous one, I think they can get both stages to land. Yeah, I'm really hoping this. I'm hoping we for sure get Booster to come back and do a landing burn this time. That would be a very, very good improvement. By the way, the tank farm is getting more crazy, so that's a great sign. I like seeing that. So that's not smoke. Just a reminder that is condensation as they're chilling the cryogenic propellants. Let's see, and I didn't even notice that the recondenser, started actually being active a few minutes ago. So, okay, so. So we are definitely hoping to see the booster actually do a soft splashdown and a landing burn. That would be fantastic. Ship, I really hope I really hope it maintains orientation once it's kind of on, I'm going to say on orbit, but remember it's like not quite orbit. Once it's on orbit-ish, or once it's in its coast phase, that's what we'll call it. I hope it maintains orientation and control so that it re-enters heat shield first. That would be awesome. That'd be a huge improvement. They did add some additional thrusters, some roll thrusters. And it sounds like they were able to at least somewhat address the blocked lines in the valves that caused the vehicle to not be able to control itself last time. From Retro Racer, thanks for the live stream. You are absolutely welcome, Retro. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see here. This is from Kimo. Why aren't they doing this launch on the 9th? I'm not sure. Is there something behind the 9th? Oh, June 9th, 6-9. I'm actually kind of surprised that Elon didn't push for that as well. Maybe he didn't even realize. I didn't realize. Let's see. This is how close is Starship orbital landing? So I think we're a ways out from that still. They're going to really have to prove they don't actually have a way to catch this current version of ship. And we talk about that a decent amount in the update in the tour with Elon yesterday, that Starship does not, they currently don't have a good way to be caught for Starship yet. That they aren't even to that point. So remember, giant test. Don't let that scare you though, that we're a long ways away, because you're like, oh no, they don't even have that. They literally add stuff. Like they did 1,000 changes between the flight that was 2.5 months ago to this one. So for them to add like a set of catching points or whatever is relatively trivial at the pace of what SpaceX does out here. So it's unusual. Yeah, I know it's hard to kind of get our brain in that mode of things being one part really far away and other parts really close. Like it's confusing. It's also really confusing to see hardware iterate so quickly, to see hardware change on the dime. I mean, that's just unusual. I've never witnessed that. I've only been around the spaceflight game for a little bit, I guess, probably 10 years more or less of watching. But I don't think in history there's really been this quick of iteration between tests. And again, that's what this is. This is a prototype test trying to answer questions about how to move forward, how to develop an operational vehicle. This is not an operational rocket. It's okay if it fails. It might even go, we were talking about this last night a little bit. Like if you think about the hoppers that they had, the SN8, SN9, SN10, SN11, SN15. SN8 was actually surprisingly close to landing on the first try, right? SN9 kind of did worse. It went backwards. SN10 did better. Then SN11 was worse. And then SN15 was kind of the best one that they did. We haven't seen that yet with these full stack. We've seen it be pretty linear. We've seen it improve. But I won't be shocked if, someday we get to like a stage separation issue or something like that, where we're seeing it kind of feel like it's going backwards because they're just iterating so quickly, and this is not operational. So it won't be operational until they answer all the big questions about this vehicle. All right. What this is from Andries saying, what do you think are the most encountered problems that can occur during reentry? Well, reentry is just there's a lot of heat. There's a lot of energy, because don't forget what's happening during reentry. It's a little bit counterintuitive. It's not that people think it's air friction. It's not really the friction. It's the fact that the vehicle's going a vehicle the size of, don't forget how big this thing. This is the largest, the two pieces of this are by far the largest vehicle to ever fly. In fact, just the Starship vehicle itself is bigger than anything that's ever flown. So it's already bigger than like a 747, going 10 times faster than a bullet. And then it's starting to hit the atmosphere. So as, just imagine a giant, imagine how much, air resistance there is, like when you fire a bullet, and that the air in front of it can't even get out of the way fast enough. Now imagine doing that 10 times faster. The air gets squeezed so tight and so it gets pressurized so much that it heats up and turns into a plasma. So it's just an unbelievable amount of heat. And the relative relationship between heat and your velocity. So say you speed something up twice as fast, you'd think, well, let's go 4 times faster. That makes more sense. From like suborbital, like on the booster, the ship sees at least 4 times more velocity than the ship, and then the booster reentering. So if you increase your velocity by 4 times, you'd think, oh, maybe the heat would go up 4 times, or maybe double. Maybe it goes up 8 times the amount of heat it experiences. You might even go, well, maybe it goes up by the square, like 4, so 16 times. No, the relationship between velocity and reentry heating is almost more like the cube of velocity. So 64 times. So if you're going up 4 times faster, you'll experience roughly 64 times more heat that you have to deal with. And if that heat gets to the point where it can melt your steel, and the space shuttle is the aluminum, is what the main airframe was. Stainless steel is what Starship uses. It's got a little bit higher melting point than aluminum, a decent amount higher melting point than aluminum. You have to protect it somewhere. You have to insulate it from that insane heat of the reentry environment. And to be able to, no one's ever done a rapidly reusable heat shield tile like this. Ablative is what Dragon uses, where it chips away. That's what Orion uses, and Starliner, and the Apollo capsule, Gemini. Everything but the space shuttle basically used an ablative heat shield, which is extremely effective, but it's far from rapidly reusable. It needs to be completely, not completely redone, but it has a lifespan. It's like a brake pad. Whereas what Starship's trying to do is kind of like a blend almost between. It's closer to the space shuttle in the sense that it's ceramic tiles more or less, but they're hoping that they just stay on eventually and that they have some backup. Reentry is nasty. Reentry is just absolutely crazy. This is from John Benoit. Why doesn't the Starship use aerospike engines when they have a much greater efficiency when the altitude pressure keeps changing? Oh boy, you're speaking my language, and I love aerospikes. I have a 1-hour video on aerospikes and why their pros and their cons. At the end of the day, especially actually with Starship and the super heavy booster, what you're almost most worried about, because this vehicle weighs over 5,000 metric tons. It's insane. It's very, very heavy. You need to have as much thrust in one area as possible. So like your area under thrust is almost more important than anything else. So how dense are those engines? And aerospikes, they work. They really are meant for like a single stage orbit vehicle because they do achieve a high specific impulse once they're in space. The booster only spends a little bit of its time burning in space, so you optimize it to be able to get off the ground. And then from there, you make your improvements and your tweaks. From there, you don't worry so much about the efficiency. You let the upper stage do the real efficient work by having proper vacuum optimized engines. Hopefully that answers your question. There's a lot more to aerospikes. I love them to death, but they're not fantastic, to be honest. Like they have some pretty major compromises. They're heavy. They're really hard to keep cool. They have kind of a local minimum of they just don't scale very well. We'll put it that way. And the Raptor engine has proven to scale quite well. Grizzly became a member. Thank you so much. This is from Antone or Anthony. Is Starbase Factory is operational ready? When is Starship V2? When will it fly? Starbase Factory is not. I mean, there's parts of it that they're absolutely using and seem to have been using for a long time. But the main part that you see by the road is just a giant empty factory at this point. But they're getting close. Like it's getting really close to being filled with a lot. They're probably 3 to 4 months from a lot of equipment coming in. And then the cadence will ramp up of production of Starship, and it's going to be absolutely wild. I mean, Elon said some crazy numbers. He said 1,000 ships a year, which I know sounds ridiculous. But then you kind of sit there and you do go, all right, well, they're making a Falcon 9 upper stage right now about every 2 days. So you'd have to have, what, 12 times that, I guess. Right now they're making 150, or I guess 6 times that. So they'd have to have 6 times, but you have to look at it as like, imagine 10 years ago saying there was going to be a second stage of the Falcon 9 being made every 2 days. You would have been laughed out of the room when they're flying, 3 times a year. So a second stage being built every 2 days is absolutely wild, and so is a Starship building 3 Starships a day is also absolutely wild. But 10 years ago isn't a lot of time, believe it or not. That's so when will Starship V2 fly? I think they just really want to answer the questions of how it's going to re-enter and before they even move on to the next things. Let's see. 21 months of membership. Awesome. From Random Joe 69. Thank you so much. Hey, Tim. It seems IFT4 will ascend a bit slower this time. Any insight why that might be? I have not heard anything about that. So, unfortunately, I don't have any insight. I have not heard that at all. But thank you so much for your ongoing support. It's awesome. Tamara M. Thank you for becoming a member as well. This is from Bob the Builder Foreman. Where is a minute by minute? We don't really have a minute by minute. I don't even know if we have it like on our article, but oh yeah, we do. We've got. Here we go. I'll try to see if Spencer, if you can show my screen on our website, everydayastronaut.com, and then upcoming launches. Click on the Starship one, and you will see this is kind of the minute by minute that as much as we have of it. Which shows like the SpaceX flight director will be polled coming up here in less than 10 minutes. They will actually be saying go or no go, and we'll likely look for an X post or a tweet about that go no go poll. So for propellant load, and then we're around T minus 49 minutes and 50 minutes. Those are the big ones when we start seeing propellant flowing at T minus 49 minutes. So that'll be the next thing we're really looking out for. And then we've got the flight timelines here as well. So if you want to learn more, that's interesting about the ascent being slightly slower. I don't really know anything. I have not even heard that, but that might be. So that's the timeline. I'll kind of keep that up. I'm going to keep that up here for myself. I recommend you doing that. And this is also a good time to remind you guys that there's a lot of streams that are probably up right now. I would recommend getting all of your materials out. Get your iPads, your phones, your computers, your TVs, turn them all up. Get your own mission control going so that you don't miss any of the action. Because, I like to think that we finally have a good live stream. We've worked really hard. We're running a bit of a skeleton crew on this particular mission. So it's been a little bit harder than normal. But yeah, I would hate for you guys to miss anything. But, I really appreciate you guys watching our stream as well. I think doing it in 4K is certainly not easy. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are. And that is exactly what we are doing. As I'm talking, we're seeing encoder stuff with 4K. But 4K pays off in the end, especially, I don't know if how many, I assume most of you have seen our slow-mo footage. And the compilations that we put out after these launches. It's all kind of tied in. They're all working together to provide what I think is an extremely high-quality stream and an extremely high-quality end result with slow-mo. So huge thank you to, the teams that make all this stuff possible. It's incredible. And by the way, sunrise is coming up here. We should at least be starting to get some dawn light. It does kind of look like that sky is getting ever so little bit brighter. So sunrise, it's 6:36 a.m. So we're about 40 minutes or 38 minutes away from full on sunrise, and just fingers crossed we actually have clear skies this morning. That would be really awesome. You do actually see a little bit of rays going off of like the beacons there. Kind of shows that it's even in our thermal, I'm seeing that now, Spencer, that the thermal is showing clouds, isn't it? Oh, man. Well, hopefully those pass by at some point, please. Really want to get good footage of it coming back. I really want to see the booster coming back down, and I hope we have awesome footage of that. Yeah. Let's see from Anton. Will they be able to film the booster landing from water? We're hoping so. Yeah, I mean, from our vantage point here, we think it's too far away to be able to get the actual anywhere near the splashdown of it, like the touchdown of it. But we do expect at least to see if it's a clear day and if we're able to track, we should hopefully see the landing burn from our cameras here. We have tracking cameras that are one of them's 28. One of our telescopes is up 28 floors. And yeah, we really fingers crossed we'll be able to see a landing burn. I really even not the landing burn, but just watching it come back in, seeing all the crazy like transitions between going from supersonic to subsonic, just watching all the airflow around it's going to be fascinating. I cannot wait until we get footage of that. So we will see if we will see if that actually happens. Let's see. So Mario was wondering when it was the 4-way split screen, what were we seeing? We were seeing a north view, which is this one. This is from the north. We were seeing, there we go. And top right is that's down at the pad. Again, that's at SpaceX property. Bottom right is thermal camera from that same vantage point. And bottom left is one of our high-speed cameras that's pointing up at the tower. That'll only really do any good for us here as the sun continues to rise. But again, luckily, we're only about 36 minutes away from the sun coming up, and views will be getting better and better and better. And actually, Andrew Keating, I do want to remind you, maybe when we get down to about T-minus an hour, as the sun gets closer, you can go ahead and set this camera to be that auto ISO, since we couldn't get it to auto up to 16,000. Okay, so this is the big question from Nicholas Smith. What are my odds that Starship makes it 3 entry? So last night I did kind of a polling of the chat. Maybe we should do that again. Give me your 1 through 10, but hold on, don't say. Let me define the rules of what 1 through 10 are. 10 would be a perfect test flight where it's the booster does a soft, landing burn and splashdown, and the upper stage does a soft landing burn and splashdown, including the flip maneuver and everything. That would be a perfect 10, right on target for both of them. A 5 we'd say is like, makes it to stage separation or something. Or 5 would be like what they did last time, where stage separated, both vehicles went on their own ways. But neither of them really quite made it through reentry and did their stuff. You know what I mean? And 1 would be it doesn't really make it off the pad. Like 1 would be like catastrophic. So let me know your 1 through 10. I'm about an 8. I'm feeling like I'm feeling hopeful that the booster is in a better place. It's in a better place, and it's hopefully going to make it back in through reentry. But I think ship, I still am not sure if ship will completely survive. I just hope, again, the big thing I'm hoping for is I hope that it maintains orientation. I hope that as it re-enters, it's at least at the right angle so that we can actually see the flaps do their job. Because the flaps have to go from hypersonic speeds to supersonic speeds and then to subsonics and then, the transonic speeds to subsonic speed. So it has to, they have to like really play around with those flaps, and they're going to be doing a lot. They basically change completely the way they work between those different regions. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see them try and get that far. So if they can get to the point where it's going subsonic and it makes it all the way down into like the thicker part of the atmosphere, that's a huge win. But that's still only like a 8.5. Then the landing burn on the ship would be a 10. But I don't know if we'll quite get all the way into the atmosphere. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Nanovac AB became a member. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Oh, from Kai. Always good to see from Kai. Hey, Tim. Glad to see you. All-nighter crew. Yay. Opinion. A critical flight for Artemis today. Well, flight for Artemis today in time for 2028. So I'm treating this like Apollo 7. We're still not even there yet. I don't even treat these as missions yet, if that makes sense. I know that we kind of use the word mission, but these are really just simply tests. And these are literally just vehicles that are trying to solve some big questions. Elon made that very clear in the interview yesterday. Like, he just was reminding, these are just tests. We are literally only trying to solve problems to answer how to move forward with this ridiculous vehicle. How do you actually make it so this thing is rapidly reusable? And you fly it. You know, he said something like, you know, how do you, on a test stand, you can't do 3 Gs of force on a test stand, you know, with a vehicle. You have to fly it. How do you do 0 G testing of propellant transfers and stuff? You have to fly it. There's just simply, you learn by flying, and that's SpaceX's mantra with this program, is learn by flying. And the launch aspect, orbit has been solved. Orbit has been solved since the 50s, right? So that doesn't need to be reinvented. They could get into orbit in a heartbeat, you know, with this vehicle. It's the rest of it is the unknown, and that's this mission, is basically just simply getting data on that. This is from Misaki. Thank you so much. A yell from Japan, the director of 2030 Moon TV. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's cool. I believe we've spoken. Very cool. Thank you for saying hi. Nova Core, thank you so much for your super chat. Much appreciated. And Young Quad Vet became a member. This is just a normal question here from Ian Jones. Can you talk about the realistic expectations for this flight? What does Starship need to do to get grade A today, grade B, grade C? Okay, so we've kind of, you know, I've given my speech on, I think it, you know, hopefully gets pretty far, but I think an A would be, even if it doesn't do the landing burn for Starship, that's still an A, because they know they can do that. They have tested that. Oh, look how much better the views are getting now that oh, yes. That makes me excited. You know, they know they can do that landing burn. Like, that's relatively trivial. They know how to do that. The thing they don't know is, how do you get a vehicle? Don't forget Starship there, just the top part of it, you know, where the you can see that the tower has the 2 huge chopsticks. You only kind of see one from this view. Up kind of in the middle of the ship that has the black part, you know. I actually have the telestrator. Let's see if the telestrator works. I always forget about this. Oh, okay, it's not set up. I will continue talking, and if I get the okay, I will try drawing on the screen, and it's going to be a magic moment. But the Starship vehicle that's on top of the Super Heavy, that's 45 meters tall. That's like 150 feet tall. It's absolutely massive. These, you know, the vehicle's 9 meters wide, so 30 feet wide. It's so, like, the scale, I was standing underneath this thing last night, and your brain just, it can't comprehend. It just, there's nothing, the grid fins there that are sticking out, those are the size of a car. Like, they're huge. They're absolutely massive, and there's just nothing else in this frame that, and even when you're out here, there's nothing else with your eyeballs that makes sense. There's no other skyscrapers or buildings or cars, or it's just a giant tower with an enormous rocket with nothing around it. And you just look at it and your brain just kind of goes, I got nothing. It's not really until you typically see a little itty bitty tiny person walking, you know, on one of the structures near the vehicle that you're like, oh, this thing is massive. Again, this is the biggest, by far the most massive. So heavies, by far the heaviest rocket to ever fly. You know, dimensionally, it's still a lot larger altogether in volume and everything compared to even the Saturn V and the N1. It is a enormous vehicle. So, you know, to actually have it, something that big, re-enter, and how do you test that? Again, if they can get this thing to actually survive intact during re-entry, that would be massive. Literally massive, huh? We're only 30 minutes away from sunrise, and you know, we're hoping to see fuel up here. So in about the next 20 minutes. Okay, we're gonna try the telestrator. This is gonna be a good time. So okay, so we were talking about the ship. So this right here is where the ship and the booster separate. These are the grid fins I was talking about here. There's 4 of them. You can only see obviously 3 at a time thanks to perspective. But that's where we were talking about the car-sized grid fins are those things that I circled. And then the ship is this whole entire part up above here. And this, like I said, is 150 feet tall. So 45 meters tall, 9 meters wide. That's ridiculous. That's so much bigger than you can even imagine. And then, you know, that's still nothing compared to the booster itself is about 70 meters tall. So 240, 250 feet tall, and again 9 meters wide, 30 feet wide. The whole thing's a little over 120 meters tall. It's just it's almost 400 feet tall. It is so much bigger than you can even comprehend. And okay. We're now targeting 7:50 a.m. Is an official tweet. So targeting 7:50. So we'll have to change our T-minus clock. Let me make sure the teams all know that. That's good to know. Okay, so it did move. Thank you, Discord, for staying on top of that too, and everybody. If you guys, Discord's been amazing. We've had an awesome Discord community for, oh my gosh, 7 years now, 6, 7, almost 8 years, I think. If you want to join our incredible community of people it's actually a pretty tight community, and we're in there just kind of all the time talking shop. So if you do want to do that and hang out, you can go over to patreon.com/everydayastronaut, and that can integrate you into our Discord channel. It's an awesome community. I thank you all so much for the ongoing support, of course. We're going to be moving that T0 clock to go for that 7:50. I am wondering why it moved, but oh well, this will be a little bit later in the window. And it's time for me to drink some coffee. I need it. Okay. So, we'll get that clock updated as soon as we can. This is from Boomer Nerd. Is it a nice beach near the launch pad? Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know about, it's a wildlife refuge all around the area. And the beach is, what's cool about it is that it is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's completely undeveloped other than this, which is really wild. I mean, it's just the most surreal thing. There's no hotels. There's no anything out on Boca Chica Beach. It varies from beautiful. Sometimes you go out there, there's trash, unfortunately. I think hopefully the community, those of us that are going out to just watch Starship are hopefully everyone's keeping in mind that we need to keep it beautiful and pick up the trash out there and things like that. And there's been, garbage collection days and trash, clean up the beaches days and stuff like that out there with fans. And SpaceX does that too, which I think is really important. It's a beautiful area. It's just really weird. It's just, you'll never see anything else like it. It's just nothing. And then the world's largest rocket. And it's just absolutely crazy. This is from Peter asking, keep up the great work. Are you still doing the moon landing fake debunk video? Yes. So that took over my life. We are at, what are we at? I'm looking at my script here. As far as, I'm not signed in. Dang it. I think I'm 17 pages into that video, which is a mistake. I shouldn't have started this. But it's actually something that I've wanted to do for a long time, and I know, again, I said this on the Spacewalk podcast. By the way, I always forget to tell you guys about this. I do have a podcast. People miss, I get people saying all the time, I miss the old days when you did news. And it's like a Mandela effect thing. I never did news. Everyday Astronaut YouTube channels never had a news thing. So I'm not sure what that is. Also, this view totally froze, it looks like. Mr. T. There you go. Huh. Hopefully that clears up later. But I've never done a news thing ever, so I don't know why people are like, Tim, we miss your regular update news stuff. I've never done them. How did you miss something that I never did? And I do realize that we used to do the Our Ludicrous Future podcast, which was around once a week, and I guess I kind of did news there. So maybe that's what people miss, and I'm kind of doing that kind of stuff on Spacewalk podcast. So I do talk more casually about things and we answer your questions. It's a very casual podcast about spaceflight. So find it wherever you listen to podcasts. Spacewalk podcast. Find it on everything. I need to remind people that we have it because it's an awesome source of information and just kind of hanging out, and we answer your questions. Yeah, so you can find it on Apple. We have a YouTube channel for it that's just the RSS feed. Spotify, all the things. So, yep, Spacewalk podcast with Everyday Astronaut. You'll find it. Give it a listen. The latest one, we do talk a little bit about Dear Moon, but we also talk about building rockets in space. We talk about Orion, And we talk about Orion versus Starliner versus Dragon capsule. So it's a good episode. If you're looking for more space content, especially on your way to work or whatever, you're just on your daily grind, yeah, give it a listen. Find it wherever you podcast and things. Cool. So we're moving towards a new T0 as we pointed out. It's starting to become day. Yeah, it's looking a little foggy out there. I hope our visibility clears up. OptoCloud became a member. Thank you, OptoCloud. Yeah. I didn't know you weren't a member. I always see you all the time. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Bear Vincent, when do you think Starship will land on Mars? So these are the kind of questions that get you in trouble, because it's just almost silly to try to actually answer when. I would love, here's the deal. If they actually have orbital refueling solved, throwing one of these things in the whole vehicle out to Mars is trivial. Like, they can absolutely do that. Will it do anything on Mars? Is it just a landing, or does it have its own ISRU and in situ resource utilization to be able to refuel on Mars? Does it have power on Mars? Is it what does it and what does it not have on Mars? Are definitely some of the big questions. So I think in theory they could land something like this on Mars by the end of the decade, by 2030 or by December 31st, 2029. They could, in theory, at least shoot one of these off and have it, go for a landing attempt. It would obviously have to be a variation that has landing legs, because these don't have integrated landing legs. But that's a solvable thing. It's so hard to tell. That sounds so close, yet it's also so far, but it's also so close, but it's also, I have no idea. I would say I don't expect to see one landing in that time frame, but I think they could. We'll put it that way. This is a very important reminder. Thank you, Ruben. If you're on YouTube, which obviously you are, because that's where we're streaming to. Good job, brain. Go ahead and if you just type in SpaceX right now, you're going to see 1 million fake SpaceX accounts. SpaceX does not stream on YouTube at all. That's why we are doing this in 4K, because we're the only source of 4K. We have 4K cameras end to end going through 4K encoders, through a 4K switcher, through a 4K encoder to actually get to your eyeballs in 4K. It's real end-to-end 4K, which is really, really hard to do out here. So if you're seeing any other thing that says SpaceX, just report it right now. Especially, here's a rule of thumb. Just keep this in mind. If you're seeing a stream and it has a QR code on it, probably a scam. Almost for sure a scam. So just keep that in mind. And obviously, it's just so frustrating, because I see people all the time saying, well, I thought this launched yesterday. I watched it on YouTube. I watched it on the SpaceX stream yesterday. There is no SpaceX stream on YouTube at all. They only stream on X. So no, unfortunately, you did not see a space. And it's not so much that, obviously people are going to probably get scammed. I've heard of people getting scammed. But it's just the misinformation thing that really bugs me. It's like, no, it didn't launch yet. So then it takes, it's just not right. And I don't like that. Yes. So report those fake streams, please. This is from J2 asking, with the perceived jerkiness seen in the payload door on IFT3, has there been any word on retest of this door, or was it confirmed nominal? It was not nominal, and he kind of confirmed that it is relatively janky. So, it was not good, and I don't think they're ready to retest that yet. Again, they're really this time just focusing on the heat shield tiles. They did manage to do in orbit propellant transfer, which is a really good step, but they're not really playing around with the door this time. Maybe in the future, but for now it's still just kind of secondary compared to getting to reorbit. So this is from Rob asking, do I have my own heat shield tile? I've seen people have found one on the beach. I don't have a heat shield tile. I don't even know the legality of that, honestly, so I've just kind of avoided even trying to get one. So I've seen people that have them. Oh, man. Coffee is so necessary this morning. This is from Magris saying, according to the report for IFT 2 and 3, the engine's relight were prevented by blocked filters. What is blocking them? And then ice. The answer is ice. That's exactly right. And they're trying to figure out kind of how to mitigate that. I'll save some of those mitigations for the when we get the tour out, the actual interview, when that goes live. Yeah, we'll save some of that. Keep going here. From John. John, greetings from Munich. I love Munich. Awesome. I spent a good amount of time in Germany last year. I was out there for Space Creator Day. And then, as you hopefully know, I toured two rocket companies. I toured two rocket companies while I was out in Germany. Rocket Factory Augsburg and ESAR Aerospace. I think I need to do a better thumbnail on that or something, because I don't think people watched it, and maybe they don't think they care about, European rocket companies or something. But it's honestly like one of my favorite videos I've ever made, believe it or not, because these are two of the most opposite companies I can't even have made them up to be more opposite. You have literally one company that's like all vertically integrated, and the next one we literally cut to the next person saying, and we want to buy everything off the shelf. And then one saying like, yeah, we believe carbon composites are just, the best. And the next one's like, I wanted to build carbon composite, but the algorithm that we developed said that carbon composite's not the best. And so it's just really cool to see like literally back and forth between these two companies, both working on similar class orbital rockets. They're big small sat launchers. I love it. So definitely watch that video when you're done, because I promise, like, it's really entertaining. That the characters, the people involved that we interviewed are fascinating. And I learned, I always measure, like, I hate to say that I can kind of get jaded, but of course I've seen like some really cool things. I feel like I'm constantly learning, but I still learned a lot on these tours, and saw some really cool things that I'd never seen before. So definitely watch that. Have you guys seen that? Let me know if you watched that video of kind of Europe versus not Europe. I need to do a better thumbnail. I think the best thumbnail I should do, honestly, like I crawled inside one of the tanks of RFA's rocket, like literally, like it's a manhole about this big, and like squeezed through it. It's a really funny shot where I'm like, my legs are sticking out of it, and maybe I'll just be like getting inside Europe's newest launchers, or something. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, this is coming in from what would human occupancy Starship look like? It'll change quite a bit. By the time humans are flying on these things, I don't think they'll hardly be recognizable from these test vehicles. Again, these are just purely test vehicles. They're trying to get the architecture down. The general shape, will stay kind of the same once it's more or less quote unquote solved and figured out. The shape will kind of stay the same. But yeah, we really expect by the time crew's flying it, it'll all look quite a bit different. But you'll have large windows on it, on the leeward side. So the side that doesn't have the heat shield obviously could have windows. Those are what the classic renders are kind of like that. So let's keep going here. From OptoCloud again. Watching from Norway, really excited and can't wait to see the ship re-enter again. Thank you for covering spaceflight. I wouldn't be this interested and would not be the same without you. Well, thank you so much, OptoCloud. I really appreciate the support. I love seeing your name in here. It's awesome. Yeah, that it means a lot. This is from Mindscape. I'm starting a petition to all of Tim's 1.6 million subscribers to each donate $20 to $100 to buy Tim a seat on the first crewed Starship. We have to get Tim to space. Who's with me? Thank you, Mindscape Marketing. But as I've said many times, this is not the goal of Everyday Astronaut. This is not the reason for the channel. This is not it's not even a life goal of mine to go to space. Like that's not why I started Everyday Astronaut. I literally just enjoy rockets. I enjoy engines. I enjoy loud things. I like trying to figure it all out. And it's really about that. It's actually, unfortunately, it's less poetic. Like I'm not as like enthralled with the actual space flight aspect as like the in orbit stuff. I almost like this part best, the actual launch. And so I'm not like yeah, it's weird. Everyone, I think maybe they kind of project that like, oh, Tim loves rockets. He loves space. We have to get him to space. And that's not necessarily a thing that I'm trying to do. So I do appreciate it, obviously. But if I would not be comfortable if people try to crowdfund me going to space. I can think of a lot better things to do with that kind of money. I mean, it's still buku bucks, and there's a lot more responsible and generous things someone could do with that money than to, in my position, than to fly. So, yeah, this is crazy. I just realized I thought this was frozen, but it's just that cloud looks like it's not even moving. There's no wind this morning. Like, when I say no wind, I mean, like, no wind. I thought that cloud was just completely stationary. And it wasn't until I realized it was blinking that this is even still a live shot. That is crazy. Normally, there's enough wind to move the fog around and stuff like that. So, yeah. So don't send me to space. Thank you. If someone, obviously given the right opportunity, I would take that opportunity, but I'm not going to crowdfund or try to do that. And if this goes well, if spaceflight continues at this rate, across the board with all the different people trying really hard to make spaceflight affordable, then it won't be a big deal. And any of us can go in the next, in 2 decades or whatever. So, no need to get all crazy about it. We can all hopefully just experience it ourselves one day. Jeff A saying, "Hey Tim, we at Jeff, awesome. We at CSI Starbase were wondering if you managed to film inside Star Factory." We sure did. Yep, got footage inside Star Factory. Most of it's empty. Obviously the new stuff, as you can imagine, is completely empty. In the next few months, though, he said about 3 to 4 months for most of the tooling and machinery to come in. So expect to see the first views from inside Star Factory with the tour. Thank you so much, Excalibur. I'm going to just try to catch up. Oh, my word. I'm so far behind, guys. I'm so sorry that I'm not even close to being able to keep up with all your super chats and stuff and all your questions. I'll get through them. Like this one's an easy one. I'll just click on this because it's just like an emote thing that is spelled out in words, which always cracks me up because I'm like, what Josh Mack says, fan character bouncing their heart-shaped ponytail with stars in their eyes. And I'm like, what? And oh, yeah. It's like explaining the emote. So thank you very much. Again, on this topic from Dave Hollows, have you received any more invites to space? Maybe in numbers we could get you a ticket on Dragon if you wanted to go. So again, it just talked about that. Thank you for your... I keep saying, like, why do you guys want me to leave so bad? Am I that insufferable that you just absolutely... Everyone's trying to get me off of this planet. But, obviously, like I said, I'm very genuinely happy here on Earth. I definitely don't want to go to Mars. I would, someday go to space when it's readily available and it's routine and inexpensive. This is from Zotek. What happens after the wet landing, the soft splashdown? Do they let it sink in the ocean or recover? They will absolutely destroy it and let it sink down to the ocean. And I know that sounds... It's funny. People are like, oh, great, more ocean, pollution, which you're absolutely right, of course. However, like that's been every single rocket ever, and this is one of the first rockets to ever try to like make it so that never happens again. So it's all for the greater good, to eventually just have that never be an issue. It's like we're coming up on an era where hopefully the entire rocket's recovered, and then there won't be any junk in the ocean from rockets. Yep. So we kind of talked about this already. Chris K, my odds, I'm like an 8 out of 10 for total mission success today, total test success today. From Enar, Notland became a member. Thank you so much. This is from Wizzless. This is a good question. Just a normal question again. You don't have to do super chats. We're just kind of going through our queue here. How was Starship able to keep the high quality images coming when it was tumbling during entry? Has humanity ever seen the plasma field directly prior to that? Live, no. There is footage, from most missions. Like Shuttle had some really cool cameras as they're doing reentry things. There's one that they mounted a camera on the tail. I don't remember which orbiter had it, but they did a camera on the tail, and they were literally like recording reentry on the shuttle, and it was like the coolest thing ever. But this is the first time we were able to see anything like that live. There's 4 Starlink antennas on these vehicles up near the nose, and yeah, nice. Jeez, good job, Spencer. You can see those little squares there. You can see 2 of them very clearly, and then the next 2 are kind of over on the edge, falling over the horizon of Starship's nose. But there's 4. Oh, well, I can tell straight again. Okay, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2 there, and then 2 more there. Those are the where all 4 of the Starlink receivers are, or the dishes. And the thing is, because the vehicle is, creating, there's a wake in the plasma. So like it's basically punching a hole. Think about like a boat. If you're seeing a boat, a wakeboarding boat or something going through the water, it has waves. And if you're pulling a tuber, we'll say they're inside that main wave. So if you think about like trying to reach the Starlink satellites, as Starship goes in through the atmosphere, it's creating these big, waves almost, and through that you can still connect to the Starlink satellites. And there's so many Starlink satellites. There's, what is it, 6,000? I can't even keep track anymore. There's so many Starlink satellites that it just can, between those 4 different dishes on there, can connect, and was even able to do it while it tumbled quite a bit, which is amazing. So if it actually holds orientation, I do expect a live video feed the entire time, which is even more exciting. This is from That's What She Said. That's awesome. Does the size and weight of Starship make it less vulnerable to weather? So yeah, I mean, it absolutely can. If you think about like the only thing is, we do have a tower vent going, by the way. That's a good sign. You see that little bit of a tower venting. So they're actually starting to chill the lines and get it ready. We might even be able to see some of that on thermal already. Oh, and actually on thermal, the COPV is already loaded up, it looks like, with the with nitrogen, because you can see how cold those are. So yeah, we're looking like they're moving towards a launch, which is obviously what we're all here to see. So very, very, very exciting. Yes, I love that. Okay, cool. Well, we've got confirmation that they are continuing to go for prop load. So looking like 750. I haven't heard anything different. But yeah, Starship, the relative size, being so incredibly massive and dense, it's pretty densified propellants. So a vehicle like Starship that uses, liquid methane, liquid oxygen, is more dense altogether than, say, a vehicle like Delta IV Heavy, where it was hydrogen tanks, which is like 6 times less dense than liquid, 18 times less dense. Is that what it is than liquid oxygen? So its tanks are just massive, which means that there's more surface area, and even though it's liquid, there's still liquid propellants inside when it's liquid hydrogen versus, say, liquid methane or liquid oxygen. It's a lot heavier when it's methane like this. It's a very dense propellant. It's not quite as dense as RP1, which is what Falcon 9 uses behind me, but it is quite dense. And so relatively speaking, you still have a large surface area. So I actually don't know if there's like a direct correlation. Like as it gets bigger, do those gusts of wind become more and more minuscule? Because if you think about it, if you shrunk it down tiny with the same density, or does it scale completely linearly? Someone please let me know. That one is hurting my brain this morning. This is from Charlie. How long until the first human star flight do you reckon? 2 to 3 years? I'd say, yeah, at least. I'd say, honestly, 4. At least 4 years, probably. I'd say if it happens by the end of 2028, I'd be pretty pleasantly surprised. But that's within the realm of possibilities, I think. Thank you so much, Ryan's Random Videos. This is from Gina. Thanks for guiding us through Starship's amazing journey so far. Let's go, Flight 4. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. Hey, Tim, if they do a soft land the booster and ship, what will happen to them? So I believe they'll just terminate. They just pull the flight termination system on them once they splash down and once they've got all the data off of them, and then they sink and they'll become coral reef. Let's see. Oh, this is awesome from Jeff. Thank you so much. $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Jeff. Donuts for the crew. Thanks for the show. Well, thank you so much for your donation. Yeah, we do have mouths to feed. We do have flights to buy for people. We do have crew to pay. So it's much, much appreciated. Yeah, wouldn't be doing it without you guys watching. So yeah, let's keep going. I'm gonna send a quick message here to our team. One more second. All right. This is a question from Glenton Kendrick saying, if a spacewalk has to be conducted on Starship, how will the crew hold on while moving around and working? The tiled area has nothing to hold on to, unlike the ISS, which has handholds all over. I think you're getting a little cart before the horse there. I think we're a ways away from that even being a thing. The thing with stainless steel is you could actually use magnets if you had to move around for a spacewalk. But yeah, I don't really imagine them spacewalking. So the reason that you do spacewalks often on the ISS is because it's a modular like space station. They're constantly building onto it. They're constantly, adding and fixing and repairing and doing things to it constantly. That's why it has spacewalks. Starship, in theory, would not need people spacewalking around on the heat shield side, unless it's like an absolute emergency or something. And I just think by that time there's going to be other solutions than spacewalking. And spacewalking is it's a big deal. It's like an hours of breathing and pre-breathing oxygen and changing the pressures and all the things. So it's not an elegant solution it's not like the movies where it's like, okay, I'm just going to go out and spacewalk and I'm going to hop in the suit. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to fix the engines on the rotary hurdy-gurdy, and then we're just going to blah, 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 and everything's going to be fine for the hyperdrive. It's just not like that, in real life. It's a long process to even get ready for it. So, yeah, I think that's we don't even really need to be that worried about that yet because it's probably unlikely. But yeah, I guess time will tell. From Thomas, Fabian became a member. Thank you so much. This is awesome. NF, 24 months of membership. Been a member since the first Elon interview. Just wanted to say thank you for the coverage, and I'm super excited for the new interview to come out. Well, thank you so much. Yep, Elon's a great source of information for these things and a great tour guide to show us around. I'm really excited to get you guys this content as soon as I can, and hope you guys are ready for it. I hope you have this. I hope you're subscribed. I assume pretty much everyone that's watching at this point, I'm sure you're subscribed and have notifications on this stuff. But you're not going to want to miss when that tour comes out. There is the next video that'll probably be on the channel will be the compilation video of all of our shots that we pull from this, all the audio, our incredible slow-mo with the Cosmic Perspective team. Obviously, I hope that you guys know this by now, but we work really closely together with our friends over at Cosmic Perspective. So Mary Liz, Ryan, Andrew, John Pisani, and the teams, we're kind of one these days, but it's fun because we all kind of use the footage that we capture together as a team in our own ways. And recently, Cosmic Perspective released the most insane video, I think genuinely the best spaceflight video I've ever seen in my entire life, called Road to Mars 2. If you haven't watched that, find Cosmic Perspective on YouTube. Watch Road to Mars 2. It's the most beautiful slow motion shot I've ever seen of 600 frames a second at 4K. We're doing that again. We have some surprises in. Maybe not that will all be deployed for this launch, but we're constantly doing a lot of fun things behind the scenes. So definitely watch that. I should even pull that up and just so you get a little sense here, because it is absolutely phenomenal. YouTube.com. It's a little website called YouTube.com. And Cosmic Perspective is the name of Road to Mars 2. I just want to get to this point where you see. Hang on, that is loud. Okay, this is the most insane. I'm just going to show this for a second. But give this a watch. Promise me you'll watch this, okay? Not just here. Promise me you'll go watch the film because the film's incredible. But look at that. That's not a picture. Like it's moving so slow, it's almost hard to even see. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we're doing here, my friends. SpaceX and the engineers are doing this incredible stuff, and we're just here to document and capture this and be able to share it. So, yeah, you can't even almost tell. I'll go full screen for a second just so you can see it a little bit bigger in the split screen. But come on, look at that mock diamond. Like that's the most insane shot I've ever seen in my entire life. So, yeah. So be sure you're subscribed to Cosmic Perspective as well. But to all the teams at Cosmic and us here at Everyday Astronaut, we just are so thankful that you guys are watching, and the support, does go a long ways. We're constantly putting everything we got into all of this stuff. So, this is a good reminder here. I'm losing out on the list, but it was a reminder. Oh, that's bad. I'm that far behind that I'm losing these. Reminder to check the 4K little gear on YouTube and you will actually see this in 4K if you have a 4K capable device. It actually is like an upgrade. I know people are like, why do you need 4K? They actually do send out obviously more data, so it's actually a lower compression. It just looks a lot crisper in 4K when you have the back end to do it, which we do. Yeah, you'll do best by actually watching this in 4K if you got it. So let's see. Let's keep answering questions. Chad, awesome. Great to see you as well, Chad. What's up with the jettisoning of the inner stage? So the hot stage, don't forget, the hot stage ring was kind of, I have to admit, I actually completely forgot to ask about the hot stage ring with Elon. It was in my like checklist in my head, and I forgot to even talk about it once. But the hot stage was added as a kind of a, we'll see if this works. Maybe this is a good solution. So it's still not permanently affixed. There's no real solution for the rapid turnaround idea. Again, for now, anything you're seeing on this vehicle is just a test. It's just we'll see if this works. And the hot stage ring is one of those things that we're kind of just seeing, does this work? And we'll eventually see it become more permanent and with a better solution. So that's what's up with the hot stage ring. Yeah. This is from Tainu saying, thank you so much for your coverage, Tim. It's because of you reinvigorating my love of space that I'm able to work on the Starlink program. Thank you. I love hearing that. That is like the ultimate compliment. Thank you so much. And thank you. We're literally running Starlink to run the stream. So huge shout out to the Starlink team. You're making stuff like this possible even. Some of our remote cameras are literally running off Starlink, which is incredible. That was literally the dream when we first started coming out here. A few years ago, when I was coming out here, even for Starhopper in 2019 was the first time I was starting to stream from here. I would have died to have a Starlink dish at the time and have that kind of data capability. It's just so remote. We were literally like, I was bringing cell phone boosters and all these things to try to just get morsels of data. And then even when we were doing like SN8, SN9, we were basically running off hotel Wi-Fi and bonded, SIM cards. But again, we would have killed to have Starlink and to be able to have Starlink on some of our, remote assets to be able to bring data back to us. Starlink is game changing. I gotta admit, Starlink has changed the game for us. I know, people, even people in the like around me, which is crazy. Where I live in Iowa, my community we have 10 gig internet already in our community. We've had it for years. Like I've had it for 4 or 5 years in a house. 10 gig, it's insane. Like, trust me, that's ridiculous. But the crazy thing is, you can drive 15 minutes and people are literally on dial-up. Like in some rural areas are literally on dial-up still. And so I know friends and family that have Starlink because that's like the only thing they could get. They couldn't get, Mediacom or whoever to run a line out to their ranch or to their farm. And they're using Starlink, and it's been game changing for them. So it's even affecting myself and my own community, even though we're really well connected in one area. But then you just have this crazy divide where all of a sudden, like, oh, that's the border where the private companies are willing to, they're not going to make any money selling, running a $20,000 line out to this house. So they're too bad, and Starlink fixes that for people. So it's not just kind of all over. It's pretty amazing that it is changing people's lives like that. It's from Dave. What was your overall impressions of Elon after your latest meeting? I was glad. I'm always happy to hear him talk about rockets. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to talk about rockets. I'm here to talk about spaceflight. I don't dabble in anything else. And it's just great to see him strictly talking about rockets and get his gears turning on stuff, because he obviously he loves this stuff, and obviously he really believes in it. He's invested his fortune into this program, and it's showing, and you're really seeing that investment come through. And it's just, again, it's fun to see his gears turn, because he is quite involved still. I know he's been quite involved with other things, like with X or Twitter. Obviously with Tesla is always going to take a very good amount of his energy too, but you can kind of see swings when he's putting a little bit more effort into spaceflight into SpaceX. And it definitely seems like during this interview, he's been putting a little bit more effort into spaceflight again, because I think we're kind of coming up as we're ramping up production. I think that's really his like big thing is production. It's weird that that's like a thing someone can be good at, but that was my impression. He was very focused, actually. Yeah, He seemed I would say hopeful about the future, and it was fun. Thank you so much to Wilfred for becoming a member. This is from Random Joe 69 again. I checked the slower flight thing. It appears that max Q is indeed planned later at T plus 62 rather than T plus 52. Miko still at the same time. Now that is interesting, actually. I did not catch that, and I did not know that. That's actually quite interesting. I don't honestly know. Yeah, that's a big 10 seconds too. That some of that could be flight profile. You know, they could be flying less shallow. They could be flying. That's interesting though. Huh. Maybe they recalculated it after the last one and realized that max Q was closer to T plus 62 rather than 50. I'm not sure. I don't have an answer to that, but that's a great question. Yeah, thank you. Marco, thank you for the super chat. And also Jonathan for the super chat. Hey, thank you so much from Richard Rice. Tim knows his stuff, hence it's a great channel. Thanks for being awesome. You know, I full disclosure, obviously, like I can't keep up with everything these days, and it takes a village of people to keep, you know, especially the Ring Watchers community, NSF, Lab Padre, CSI, you know, all these amazing people, you know, Marcus House and you know, and Felix and all these people that are doing constantly updating everyone on all the progress. I can't do that. It's just not in me. I don't. I love it, and I'm learning too. So I'm not here as some kind of authoritative source of information, but I will tell you guys what I do know and what I've learned in my past, and I'll be here to provide hopefully awesome views of an awesome launch and seagulls in 4K. We have seagulls in 4K for you guys. I can provide that for you. But I really do appreciate the sentiment, and I appreciate you saying hi. Again, I'm not. There's a lot smarter people out there than me, but I'm always happy to be learning. This is from JW, $100 super chat. I completely missed that. Thank you so much, JW. Everyone in chat say thank you so much. That's insane. That's very, very, very generous. That goes a long ways in our boat here. So wow, thank you very, very much. We will be feeding the team with that, and it makes all of that possible. So thank you so much, JW. Everyone say thank you, JW. That's huge. This is from Thwantak. Hi, Tim. I'm in Darwin, Australia. Very cool. And tracking the exact same chase plane from Flight 3 in flight radar right now in the proposed landing zone. Oh, that's very cool. VHMXJ. That's a good sign that their hope. That's awesome. I love seeing that, and thank you so much for your support. Starship team is go for prop load, by the way. We have a go for prop load. Prop load is go in 2 minutes or so. Right, go for prop load. That was 2 minutes ago. I mean, oh yeah, there we go. I missed it. 2 minutes ago, SpaceX tweeted go for prop load. So hopefully we'll start to see signs of that. We'll have our thermal camera kind of ready. That's an awesome sign. And that kind of puts them on, depending on when that happens. You know, normally the ship starts loading at T-minus 49 minutes. So maybe they'll just load and wait a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. We might see that T0 time move around a little bit, but amazing. Amazing. Let's see. Bullet Harry, thank you so much for becoming a member. And from Rudy Twisk as well, becoming a member. This is a great question here from Inar Notland saying, me, my wife, and 2 girls will be visiting the U.S. in April of 2025 and see Starbase. Is it still available to the public? Will BC, as in Boca Chica Beach, remain available to the public? I don't see that changing anytime soon, at least the access to the beach. I definitely watch my How to Visit Starbase video. Obviously, that won't be like completely up to date, but the general rules will still apply. But you know, I'll give you all the tips of where to watch, where to go, where to not go. But in general, yeah, I mean, you absolutely should have no problem still driving where this camera is right here. When this road is not closed for launch, You can drive between our camera and the rocket. That's how close you can drive your own car to this vehicle. Like it is the craziest thing. And you get actually surprisingly, you're surprisingly used to it, which is a really weird thing to say or think about. But yeah, we drive up to the thing all the time and you get so close. So it's really cool to see, you see families out there enjoying the beach and enjoying the views. It's spectacular. So I highly recommend it before things do change. I know April 20, I can't speak to what's going to happen in 10 months from now, but hopefully things are still kind of the same. So thank you so much to Greg. I really appreciate that. We've got some money for the taco fund. It'll go right into our bellies this evening. Really hoping that it's that it launches today. This is going to be awesome. From Doug Johnson, you mentioned having a skeleton crew today. Do you have to sacrifice anything in terms of production or views? Yeah, we're down one of our trackers this morning. We just didn't quite have time to train Trevor on how to set it up remotely and all the stuff. So he's going to be hopefully running a static shot for us, but we are down a tracker this morning out of our 3. It is our least impressive tracker, at least. We'll put it that way. So it's our shortest focal length. It's our worst camera. The other 2 are global shutter cameras running really high frame rates. One of them's a red. The other is an Ember from FreeFly. So yeah, we have some amazing cameras on those scopes, and hopefully we get some incredible views. Just really hoping it clears up, because from what I see right now, it is not at all anything close to clear. So I hope we don't just see it fly straight into some fog. But the good news is I do see actually one of our tracker cameras is actually aimed at the vehicle already. I believe this is the one from Ryan, maybe. Is that correct? That might be a Ryan shot. Really hard to see right now. It looks like it's currently a static image as well. So he's still getting set up. We're still trying to get that tracking footage ready to go. But that will be his perspective, his cosmic perspective, his terrestrial perspective. And we'll see if it clears up, because that's not going to be amazing if it's that cloudy. So late 18 months of membership from Zero Fox. Thank you so much. The booster by itself is about as tall as the Statue of Liberty. That's insane to think about. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly right. Absolutely crazy. Caboose Kid for the Mars Fund, for the Tim to Mars Fund. Thank you. I'm already at Mars, though. I'm already at Mars Studio B. So you already sent me to where I am. Snardog wants to know in our Discord. I'll throw this up here real quick. Can you walk us through what this test will look like? So if you watched Flight 3, we're basically expecting to see the same thing as Flight 3. So we're going to see this rocket take off with all 33 Raptor engines lit, producing more thrust than anything ever before. 75 meganewtons of thrust, which is over twice as much thrust as the Saturn V that took humans to the moon. Absolutely absurd numbers. Then we will see it follow its ascent path. Hopefully we'll see the hot staging, so that the stage separation maneuver where it actually lights Starship while it's still attached to the booster. That's the hot staging aspect. So the reason they do that is it keeps the propellant settled. Normally, if you do like a stage separation, as soon as that stage, so normally there's like a pusher, something that pushes the second stage clear of the first stage, clear of the booster. And as soon as you do that, as you're pushing, there's a little bit of acceleration. But as soon as it lets go of pushing, everything's in 0 G. And there's no acceleration on it. So it's actually all the propellant starts floating around, which means that all of the gaseous propellant starts floating around, which means if you tried to start the engines, you could ingest a gas bubble, and that could absolutely be catastrophic on the engine. So normally what a rocket does when it does staging is it then has to fire some kind of ullage thruster, some kind of way to settle the propellant back down to the bottom of the tanks, and then it lights its engine for the second stage. That wastes time. That wastes precious time that you're fighting gravity and that you're not thrusting. So SpaceX has gone with a method that has actually been really commonly used by, the Soviet Union used it like on the Proton, and they still use it on, well, not the Soviet Union, but Russia still uses it on Soyuz, and the United States use it on like the Titan rocket, Titan II rocket, and it's where you hot stage, where you let the booster continue to run. in this case, they throttle down a lot. So they're only running 3 engines just to keep the propellant settled at the bottom of the tanks. Then they light, oh, here we go, hot stage animation. This is a kind of a close-up look of about what you see during hot stage, where they're lighting the engines. And then stage separates due to those engines being on. And then the booster actually flips around. So that's the hot staging. So that's stage separation. Then hopefully we'll see the booster come back and land offshore here. It'll be something like, I don't know, 30 or 40 miles or, 50, 60 kilometers offshore. And we'll hopefully see that actually come back and land. And that will be amazing. It'll do a soft splashdown, though. It won't be actually touching down. And then the ship will go into, after it does its full burn, the ship will be in a suborbital trajectory, and it'll land in the Indian. It'll come and re-enter over the Indian Ocean. Hopefully make it through the entire re-entry corridor this time, hopefully. And we'll see that heat shield be put to test. We'll see it hopefully staying heat shield side forward would be amazing. So, yeah, I can't wait. These are the missions that just make me so excited and so thankful to be alive and be a human and be witnessing history. And by the way, you'll notice that it looks like we're getting clouded out. A lot of that is the condensation of the tank farm and of the fueling preparations right now. It's just absolutely crazy cloudy. So if you maybe go to the North Beach shot real quick when you get a second. Oh, already on it. Jeez. Fastest hands in the West. You can see just how much that condensation. So our cameras that we were looking at earlier were kind of down to the right there. So they're kind of getting clouded out by all the tank farm activity. So it's not that it's necessarily that cloudy. It's just locally cloudy because of all the condensation from cooling the cryogenic propellant and getting the propellant loaded, beginning to load into the vehicle here shortly. So, yeah, so, it just makes me excited that we are here to actually witness this together, and that you guys are wherever you are from around the world. I love, go ahead and I'm curious where everyone's watching from. Please don't leave your address just please don't. But I would be curious, what country you're from or state or whatever you feel comfortable with. It's fun to see where everyone's tuning in from. This is a global event. It makes me really happy that we are witnessing history together. And it's surreal that this is my job, that I get to watch the most powerful rocket ever built fly, and you guys come and hang out with me, and that's absolutely amazing. So yeah, for those asking if it's going to launch, by all accounts, we're getting into the prop load here any minute, hopefully. They're venting, so that big vent that you're seeing come off the tower there, that's because they're chilling all the lines. They basically purge the lines, get them chilled down, so that once they start flowing the propellant through those lines, they don't boil off, because the pipes, literally, think about it, the pipes are boiling hot for cryogenics. I know that's weird to think about. They're room temperature to us. We could go up and touch those pipes, anytime normally, and it wouldn't feel hot. It'd just be ambient temperature. But for cryogenic propellant, that's extremely hot. So they cool it off first by purging it with either some liquid oxygen, or some of the lines get purged with nitrogen in certain areas and things like that. So, hold on, SpaceX Germany. Hold on, in our Discord channel. Is this an announcement? SpaceX Germany? It looks like it. If so, I need to hear about it. But it looks like one of our members in Discord got engaged at Starbase. That is awesome. If that's a first. I don't think I've seen that yet. But SpaceX Germany in our Discord channel. That is so cool. Congratulations to you guys. That is awesome. Wow. But that might be from a while ago, actually, because now that I look at, no, that could have been just from the other day. Now that I see it, there's the ship right there. That very, very cool. I love that. Congratulations. Let's keep going here. We got a lot to talk about again, and a lot of questions to try to get to. I'm missing a million of these things, and I apologize so much if I apologize if I miss your super chat, especially, and any of your questions. Obviously, as you can imagine, we're at 75,000 people watching right now. I can't keep up with all the comments and all of the love and all the support, but it does mean the absolute world to me. So this, as Highland said, once you reach Earth orbit, you're halfway to anywhere. That's absolutely right. I love that. From Stephen Jarrett, became a member. Thank you so much. Let's see. No, we won't answer that one. Yeah, thank you. I can't even keep up with this. This is absolutely insane. From Octopus 8, hello, thank you for being the most goated SpaceX streamer on YouTube. Really appreciate all of your work. You know, we've done things a little differently around here. As you know, we only really want to stream when the big exciting things are happening. That doesn't mean that I don't very much appreciate the hard work of all the other streamers as well. We all have different philosophies. You know, we're kind of going for the launch day coverage, and we're going for 4K, and we're really going for our archive of really high-end 4K slow motion footage. Is really, like, at the end of the day, what we're really trying to capture, and the live stream just kind of comes along with that. Yeah, we're not meant, you know, it's not a competition, and I encourage you again to have multiple streams, you know, up. I hope you're watching from all over the place, and have your tablets, your computers, your TVs, your phones, just littered with views, just to support all the people that are making this possible. So, from Ram, you are welcome. Let's see. Oh, this is very cool. From JK Video, I was with you at the Astro Awards. Wonderful. That's a friendly reminder. I think here in the next month or so, we will probably start pre-sale of Astro Awards for next year. If you don't know what the Astro Awards are, we put together a legitimate space awards show. Like, we had people from SpaceX and Firefly and from ISRO and from all over the world literally showed up to our space awards show, and we gave out awards for the most inspiring missions, the most innovative, inspiring, and important missions. That was kind of our criteria. I've been doing the Astro Awards kind of just like as a joke almost since the channel started in 2017, but we finally pulled it off and did it in real life in front of a live audience, and it was awesome. So we will be doing that again next year. I think again in Austin, Texas. So kind of keep your calendars clear for January. I think second or third weekend of January. Keep your calendars clear. Hope to see you at the next Astro Awards. See some of the big names in spaceflight in real life. Very, very cool. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if prop load should be beginning like right now-ish. We'll see if we see any signs of that. So very, very cool. Yeah, Astro Awards. Crazy. Thank you for people that made it out to that. Man, I can't even, I'm sorry, but I can't even keep up with all these comments. Let's see. Oh, this is about, yeah. To be honest, guys, I'm not going to talk about what's going on with Starliner because I haven't been up to date with it at all. So I have no opinion about the current state of Starliner because that would be irresponsible for me to talk about it when I honestly have no idea. We've been focusing on this all night. I had the interview last night, so I wasn't able to keep in touch with it then. And then, you know, we've just been tuned into this. So, you know, I'll let the other reporters obviously report on that. I don't really think of myself as a reporter anyway, but I'll keep comments to that on my own. Yeah. Sadly, Danny, yeah, you might want to double check Twitter or X and Instagram or the posts here on YouTube. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but yeah, Dear Moon was canceled. Yusaku Maezawa took an option, I guess, to back out. We didn't know that was an option, which wasn't the most fun thing to learn about, especially when we were just announced about a year prior. You know, we were announced in the end of 2023, and it didn't fly in 2020. Didn't fly in 2023, so he canceled. I have a statement about that up on Twitter and on Instagram. Wherever you find me and read that. That's really what I want to. I'll defer to that. Let's see here. If someone was to recover Starship from the bottom of the ocean, do they own the space junk or does SpaceX still own? SpaceX still owns it, actually. That's actually important. I actually just learned that, I think, from listening to Steve Jurvetson talk about it in a Scott Manley video, that just because people find stuff sometimes, it's still technically SpaceX property. Yeah, very, very, very important. Don't be stealing property. All right, I think we have propellant loading is underway. That is official. As of 3 minutes ago, my friends, Prop load is underway. Okay, it's happening. It is happening. We're getting closer and closer and closer to seeing this baby launch again. For the 4th time, the world's most powerful rocket launch is getting propellant loaded up onto it. That makes me so, so happy. Jeez, I can't even keep up with you guys. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Some of these are really funny. I mean, this one's, I don't know if this is funny, but this is a great comment from Max's channel. I'm not even going to read it, but very good. I expect big things from these comments, and that's sure one of them. From Kyle, will SpaceX reuse / land the tanker Starship? I've seen renders out there without a heat shield, I think. Yeah, they would have to land and reuse the tankers for sure. They're not going to be disposable tankers. That goes against the whole ethos of the program. So they'll for sure it'll look similar to everything else. It basically just won't have any cargo. The cargo will be additional propellant. So there'll be special tanker vehicles. There's probably going to be a large variation of Starship vehicles. There'll be, cargo launching vehicles that have the chompers someday. There'll be Starlink dedicated launchers that have just a little tiny slit doorway. There'll be, tankers. There'll be the HLS, the Human Landing System. There'll be a handful of different vehicles. Oh, this is awesome from JF. Thank you for the 4K. Well, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad that the 4K is being appreciated because let me tell you, it's a ridiculous amount of work. Like, you'd think it'd just be, technically it's only 4 times more pixels, but what that actually means, like in the loop with everything, every encoder, every decoder, every camera, everything, it adds up to be a huge headache, and it's very hard. And it was like, for a while I was like, I don't even think we'll ever be able to do it, honestly. But the team has worked so hard to put together this stable of a stream in 4K, which is crazy. I mean, come on. So thank you so much. The investment will continue onward as we continue to try to cover this as best as we possibly can. So yeah, thank you so much. Eli became a member. Thank you so much. Oh, this is the first one I've seen from Grish69, official pointy end up, flamey end down check. This might require maybe a quick A/B between North Beach and Mr. T, just so I can get a few views of it, honestly. Just kind of, yeah, pointy end's definitely up in that one. Yeah, what about the other one again? Pointy end pointy end's up there in the high speed. Okay. Yeah, pointy end's up there. I would say, of my years of training as a rocket orientation specialist, I can confirm, actually. And I was there at the pad last night. Got a view of the flamey end. I would definitely say, yeah, we better even telestrate here for a second that we do have that is the pointy end. Pointy end. And down here, again, I confirm this with my own eyeballs. This is the flamey end. Cool. I think we have a pointy end up and a flamey end down. That's official. That does it for the rocket orientation check. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. We need a little song for that. By the way, we do have that shirt. We do have a new rocket orientation shirt that I think is like the coolest shirt ever. Allie just absolutely kills it with merch, so I think all of our stuff is really too cool, frankly. But yeah, we do have a new rocket orientation shirt. If you guys like the pointy end up, flaming end down thing, check it out. everydayastronaut.com/shop. And while you're online, we've got lots of, like, I'm wearing our new orbital shirt, which I am obsessed with because it does have all the little numbers of what like different orbits are. So like low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, geostationary transfer orbit, geostationary orbit. But yeah, check out our shop as a fun way to support the shop, or as a fun way to support the channel, including, like, we have an ISS cupola umbrella. This is the most insane thing. I can't believe we actually made this. It's an umbrella that the inside of it looks like the cupola from the International Space Station. It's a real umbrella. Like, I have it right there. It's actually a thing you can have in your life, and I didn't know I needed that in my life, but now I've actually used it quite a bit. We also, of course, have our incredible Falcon 9 model rockets, which are the highest quality 1/100 scale metal Falcon 9 model rockets. you can buy. I guarantee it, you won't find a better model out there. But yeah, if you want to support the work we're doing here, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Grab some merch for yourself, including 15% off of our heat shield collection, which is our new. We have new heat shield button-ups, which is awesome. We have We have the heat shield tile mug, and a huge oversized beach towel blanket, hydro flask. And we also have. Don't forget to check out our RUD section, rapid unscheduled discount section, for 50% off. 50% off of remaining inventory, because we don't do print on demand. We actually do runs of merch. So these are the last you'll ever see of some classics. The Full Flow, the original Full Flow is sold out. We do have Full Flow 2.0. F1 sold out in almost every size. There's only a few more, so if you happen to be that lucky person of that size, grab it while you can. Aerospikes. I mean, most of these are we're down to just the last few random sizes. So if you see something in here that you like, don't miss out on it, because it'll very likely be sold out here, probably even by the end of the stream. So everydayastronaut.com/shop. Help support the show, get something cool for yourself, show off your rocket nerdiness, and hang out. Yeah. All right, so let's keep going here. I think we're really making some progress. Oh, this is cool. Just in our back channel here with our team, we got Ryan set up, and he's got lots of water, and he's got even the stream pulled up outside. That is so crazy. I love it. It's so cool seeing our team all come together for this. So can't wait. From Alan Walker, awesome. Thanks for your coverage as always. Here's to kickstart your ticket to space. Alan, thank you so freaking much. That is insane. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Alan Walker. That is crazy. Everyone say thank you, Alan, for a generous donation. I don't quite know how much the Norwegian money is right now, but I really, really appreciate it. I do hope that we get to meet up someday. That is very, very cool. Thank you so much. So everyone say thank you to Alan. That's awesome. From Don with one of the little emotes. Thank you so much. This is from Dimitri. Do you know of? Oh, I think we're getting live on Is X going live? Is that what's happening? Oh, excellent. That's a good sign. Okay, so we will be bringing you guys in the X feed as well, so you don't even have to go anywhere. So we'll have everything for you guys, especially when it's on orbit, well, on orbit and during its coast phase. We will have all that pulled up, so you can also hear as soon as they're talking. Basically, I'm gonna be quiet because I want to listen in too, make sure we're not missing anything. We'll kind of have our views side by side and kind of do a little bit of smorgasbord here for you guys. But again, the important thing is that we're recording all of this in beautiful 4K slow-mo. Again, I know you've probably seen our shots, but it's getting real. We're down within T-minus 40 minutes. Did it move? I feel like we're already within 40 minutes. I'm just getting anxious. I'm just getting excited. This is from someone exchangeable saying, this is my apology for starting the I Miss Tim's news thing. Absolutely love your documentaries, but OLF and your comments on current things rocked. Please mention your podcast more often. I've never seen or heard about it before. There we go. Okay, there we go. So I know that people say this all the time, that they miss my news. We talked about this a minute ago. I've never done news on this channel. This channel's strictly kind of been deep dives, live streams, and interviews and tours. That's all it's ever been. I've never done news segments. I've never done kind of the daily stuff at all, or even weekly stuff. It's roughly one a month. That's always been the schedule here since 2017. And people tend to go, I miss your regular stuff. It's like, this what regular stuff? This is the normal stuff. I think what people miss is Our Ludicrous Future, which was a podcast I did with my friends Ben and Joe. I do miss them. The travel schedule just became insane. So that's why I do have a new podcast that's similar. So it's almost my same type of stuff I would talk about on Our Ludicrous Future, called Spacewalk. So the idea of it is, because I'm traveling so often, because I'm kind of between things so often, it's just an easy thing for me to throw a mic on and answer some of your questions and do it's topical. It's maybe not necessarily news. We might talk about topical news things, but we might just answer questions about spaceflight and about rocket science and engineering. So Spacewalk podcast, get on it, find it right now, Spacewalk. And hopefully that will fill that hole in your heart that has been gone since our ludicrous future has been over. That's awesome, Robert. Thank you so much. Got my Everyday Astronaut Mars coffee mug and excited to see the launch. I love it. I love hearing it. I am ready for this launch. I am ready to feel my soul shake again when this thing takes off. It is absolutely rumbling. Ooh, our thermal cam's starting to show the prop load, isn't it? I love that we actually can see it literally filling the rocket. That is amazing. That is so freaking cool. They can watch the propellant fill the vehicle. Yep. So we have confirmation. I mean, obviously SpaceX said they're loading, and guess what? We can confirm that. We know that they're not lying about loading propellant on the vehicle. This is what I love. Like, we're to the point, like, you know, we're out here with our own stuff. Like, we can confirm that they're literally, like, through a thermal camera, that they're putting literally millions of gallons and even more millions of liters of propellant inside of a vehicle, cryogenic propellant. I love that. I love that we have like our own like way of seeing this and confirming it, which is super, super cool. So from Mad Mover, which I believe is Marshall. Yeah, that looks like the same little thing. Hello, Marshall. Saying, can we get the thermal cam view? And boom, you happen to. I just happened to see that comment. Actually, that's crazy. I just gotta say, the astronaut saying, everyone's saying prop load, but I don't see a propeller. I ain't seeing a propeller. Different prop. Different prop. We don't even have to say clear prop. This is from the hardware nerd. Seeing drastic differences between T-zeros. Who do I believe? Well, we think we're as accurate as we can be right now. I hope that they're all lined up across all the streams. But so far as we know, we are targeting. Is it? Yeah, 7:50 local AM time. So that's just under 35 minutes from now. All right, so. Man, we have... Okay, this is Von Smash. This is the last question we'll probably answer before we start listening to the SpaceX stream. Why don't they just, considering the vacuum-optimized nozzles should be as long as possible, why don't they just build the largest bell nozzle they can fit in the payload and then swap them out in space? Well, don't forget, there's a trade-off. If you make the nozzle bigger, you gain efficiency, but you're adding weight. So there is a convergence there where the weight can offset and actually make it so it's not actually an improvement in the overall performance of the vehicle. So bell nozzles, you know, you want them to be as efficient as possible, but there are trade-offs, and eventually you add so much mass that it's negating the offset and the increased efficiency. I will get to as many. I'll try to probably throw some of your guys' comments up as I can, but we're going to be listening in here to the SpaceX feed as soon as it's live, just so we are piped in with mission control. I believe that's coming up here, right? It's like about to happen, I think. Cool. So as soon as that goes live, we will have that live with you guys as well, so we can all just listen in. I'll become a little bit more of a bystander at that point, but I will, you know, probably pop in and answer questions as much as I can. And again, sorry that I will not be able to keep up with all the new memberships. Thank you guys so much. But here it comes.
Thanks for tuning in. We're excited to be joining you once again from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. As you can tell, the crowd is getting excited behind us. We're here in front of Mission Control Center. Now, we are targeting liftoff at 7:50 a.m. Central Time in just over 30 minutes from now. It's been roughly 2.5 months since our last Starship flight test, and the turnaround time between these tests just keeps getting shorter and shorter.
Today, we hope to surpass what we achieved in Flight Test 3 in March. Our primary goal is to get through the extreme heat of Starship Reentry, which is no easy feat. As with all of our flight tests, our goal is to collect as much data as possible. Every flight gets us another step closer to a fully operational Starship. Starship is the most powerful vehicle ever developed and the first design of a rocket that is capable of making life multiplanetary.
Starship will allow us to land humans on the moon again after more than half a century, fly the heaviest payloads ever flown, and ultimately fly humans further into space than ever before. Getting there will require us to fly frequently, which is why we're producing so fast. We already have hardware built and are preparing for our next several flights.
But the most important thing about Starship is that it's designed to be fully and rapidly reusable and, of course, reliable. We've been designing from day one to realize a vision of having an entire city of people on Mars, something we know will take launching millions of pounds of cargo and equipment into space spread across thousands of launches.
The faster we can learn now, the faster we can improve and evolve Starship to achieve this vision. And that brings us to today's flight test, the fourth of many that will get us one step closer to Mars. But before we dive into the details of today's test, let's do a quick rewind and talk about our last integrated flight test, Flight 3.
Yes.
On March 14th, Starship successfully lifted off at 8:25 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas. It cleared the launch tower and went on to accomplish several major milestones and firsts. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and completed a full duration 2-minute and 41-second ascent burn.
Then we saw our second ever hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and then igniting the ship's 6 Raptors to create separation. Next, Super Heavy completed its flip maneuver and ignited the 13 center engines for the boost back burn to send it towards its splashdown point in the Gulf of Mexico. All 13 engines ran successfully until 6 engines began shutting down, triggering an early end to the boost back.
After descent, we attempted the first ever Super Heavy landing burn, which uses the same 13 center engines that we used on boost back. Since 6 of those experienced the early shutdown in the boost back burn, we attempted the landing burn with the remaining 7 Raptors, and 2 of those 7 reached main stage ignition. In the end, contact was lost with the booster at approximately 462 meters in altitude over the Gulf of Mexico, just under 7 minutes into the mission.
Post-flight data review showed that the early boost back burn shutoff was most likely caused by filter blockage where oxygen is supplied to the engines. We saw a similar issue on Flight 2 and had added hardware to mitigate it, which worked to get us to our first ever landing burn attempt.
Now for today's flight, we upgraded those filters further and made some additional hardware and software changes to increase our chances of igniting all 13 engines for the landing burn. Now turning back to the Flight 3 ship, we saw all 6 Raptor engines start successfully and powered the vehicle to space, marking the first time we completed its full ascent burn.
While coasting, we completed some additional objectives, including the opening and closing of the payload door. We also transferred propellant between tanks inside the ship, which is a key test as we prepare for full ship-to-ship prop transfers in the future. Once we were into our coast, though, the ship gradually lost the ability to control its attitude or orientation, which is done with smaller thrusters around the spacecraft.
As a result, the vehicle experienced some unplanned rolling. It still flew on the planned trajectory, but losing attitude control triggered the flight computer to skip a planned relight of a single Raptor engine while on orbit. And then the moment that we all had been looking forward to for so long, as you can see here, the ship's re-entry from space. This was the first time that we were able to get real live flight data on things like heating and vehicle control during hypersonic re-entry, of which we will talk more about later.
Not having attitude control meant both protected and unprotected areas saw heating much higher than anticipated. But we were able to get live, high-definition views and real-time data during entry thanks to Starlink terminals on the ship, which itself was a widely successful test. This gave us confidence that we'll continue to get unparalleled insight into the ship's re-entry in order to rapidly improve.
And as they say, all good things must come to an end. And for Flight 3, this occurred when contact with the ship was lost at approximately 65 kilometers in altitude, roughly 50 minutes into the mission. After reviewing data from the flight, we found the most likely cause of the unplanned rolling seen during the ship coast phase and re-entry phase was blockage of valves that help control the smaller attitude control thrusters.
We upgraded these to make them more resilient and added some additional thrusters for redundancy. Overall, we learned a tremendous amount from that last flight, and capping it off with those re-entry views was truly an exciting end to the mission.
Incredible.
So back to today's test. Today's mission profile is similar to Flight 3, but we have new test objectives, the first of which is getting through the extreme heat of re-entry. About 27 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. A little more than 2.5 minutes into flight, the Super Heavy booster will separate from the ship. in a hot stage separation, meaning that it'll light its engines while still attached to a partially lit booster. The booster will perform a flip maneuver, followed by a boost back burn. About 2 seconds after that burn ends, we'll jettison the booster's hot stage. As it heads back to Earth, the booster will attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf.
Meanwhile, the ship's engines will remain lit for just under 6 minutes during its ascent before shutting down for the coast phase. The ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so, reaching a peak altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, the ship will attempt a controlled reentry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. Now, we say attempting because, again, this is a test and nothing is guaranteed. As we mentioned earlier, the booster and the ship have to contend with some extreme conditions on reentry.
For this flight test, we do not plan to recover any hardware from the booster or the ship. With the exception of Falcon, this is no different than what happens to most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after completing their mission. Eventually, we will land and recover Starship boosters and ships, as we do today with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters. And in fact, we've landed 316 Falcon boosters to date.
Even though recovery is not planned, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're looking for, which will help us continue to build a rapidly reusable Starship for the future. In other words, the payload for this mission is data. It's also worth mentioning that the hot stage jettison is an off-nominal procedure that we're using as a temporary way to reduce the weight of the vehicle for its water landing today.
Yeah, exactly. Future designs give super heavy boosters a lighter weight integrated hot stage intended for full reusability, which will mitigate the need to jettison the hot stage. Okay, so now that we have a handle on today's flight test, let's check in with Dan. Dan, how's it going?
Dan's on site.
Hey, Jesse, and welcome everybody back to Starbase for yet another Starship launch. I'm coming to you live from the Raptor's Nest behind the Mega Bay. I'm here with our Pad Red team and some of our flight controllers this morning. Everything has been going really smooth. We did have the red team going a little bit earlier to fix a ground side issue, but that was taken care of. That's why we slid a little bit later into our window. But as of right now, we are on track for liftoff at 7:50 a.m. Central Time. That's 12:50 UTC. As you can see, we are actively loading propellant onto Starship and Super Heavy. Those frost lines are ticking up as we load liquid methane, that's our fuel, liquid oxygen, that's our oxidizer, onto both vehicles. They're cryogenic, so they're subcooled to several hundred degrees below zero. Since Flight 3, we've made a few more upgrades, helping to bring Prop Farm 2.0 online. That's just going to help us to continue to shorten the amount of prop load time that we're going to need. We're also going to be using it for Launch Tower number 2, which is going to be coming to Starbase real soon. The faster we go, the less prop we're going to lose to boil off, and the better we can ensure things like temperatures are in the right range for Raptor startup. Now, those first two flights took about 90 minutes to load prop on board. That third, we knocked it all the way down to just 51 minutes. We're aiming for about 46 minutes of prop load time for today's op. Eventually,
Crazy.
Hoping to get that down all the way to 40, which for some context, that's just 5 minutes more than we take to load Falcon 9, but we're doing it with 10 times the amount. So this morning, ship prop load started at T-minus 50 minutes, booster at T-minus 43 minutes. We're going to pause the ship main tank prop load in just a couple of minutes to do the header tanks, which are going to do that attempted ship landing burn. We expect the ship to close out all of its prop at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff, and then booster at about 2:50. Now, our final countdown sequence is going to look very familiar. It's going to be the exact same as it was on flights 2 and 3. So we'll light those engines, and then about 4 seconds later, we will actually see it lift off. But I mean, right now, we are just under 23 minutes away from launch. We're not working any issues either with the vehicle, the range. Weather is 95% go, so not dealing with any winds or weather issues today. If we do have to scrub, our next attempt would probably be about 48 hours from now. It's all going to be driven by commodities and just how far we get into the count. But everything looking good for liftoff just about 22 and a half minutes from now. I'll check back in with you guys in a few minutes, and I'll send it back over to Kate and Jesse.
And I'm actually going to take 1 second here to give you guys a little clarification here on the clocks. So ours is to real time in the top left. The next screen that you see down, the SpaceX feed, has a little delay because it's a live stream. So That, we're still targeting the same thing. Ours is lined up with my eyeballs. So so when I go outside to watch, again, I'm only 5 miles away, 8 kilometers away from this rocket. So when I go outside, the T0 will line up with all of our views. The SpaceX feed will be about 10, 11 seconds behind. So just keep that in mind, and also keep in mind if you're watching this stream and you're local, you're here near Starbase watching with your own eyes. Our feed is probably 23 seconds or so. Let's say at least 20 seconds behind real time. So pay attention to the local time of 7:50. Set a timer for 7:49 local. And then just stare at the rocket from then on. Don't look at my feed and go, well, there's still 10 seconds left. You'll miss it. You'll literally miss the initial liftoff because you don't get to hear it for several minutes or several seconds because we're so far away. So you'll I've seen too many people literally heads down on a phone or something, not paying attention, yeah, you don't want to miss it. So just keep that in mind. Look at the local time, or just take into account our roughly 20-some second delay to the local. And I caught a really fun comment. I love this scale, by the way, in the bottom left, seeing it compared to the Falcon 9 and Millennium Falcon, and pretty insane how massive Starship is. This is from Eric Cleven, saying, several of us at FreeFly, who's an incredible camera system that we work with, are watching your coverage this morning. I've personally been watching your content since high school. I couldn't be more proud of what you've accomplished. Keep up the incredible work and enjoy Ember. We are absolutely loving that slow-mo shot that I showed earlier with Cosmic Perspective, 600 frames a second in 4K, thanks to these amazing people over at FreeFly. So it's been so fun to work with them. We can't wait to hopefully get more of those cameras on our hands because we will put them to good use. We can absolutely promise that. So yeah, very, very happy with that shot. It was like the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So huge shout out to the teams over at FreeFly for making such an amazing camera. Let's listen back in here and see how we do.
And enable a precise landing.
And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, our newest separation technique, which we saw in action during flight tests 2 and 3. The body of Starship is wrapped in a heat shield made up of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. Speaking of those heat shield tiles, re-entry was a pretty exciting first for our team, and Starlink allowed us to gather critical data about this stage of flight.
Reusability significantly reduces the cost of space travel, and it's the key to making humans a multi-planet species. Starship is designed for rapid reusability, which means the booster and the ship need to re-enter Earth's atmosphere and land back precisely at the launch site.
With each flight test, we gather more and more data to help hone Starship's re-entry capabilities. The more information we have from each flight, the quicker Starship development can proceed. One way to gather more information is to improve communication throughout the flight, including re-entry, where historically there has been a communications blackout.
To do this, we equipped Starship with Starlink terminals to expand its communication capabilities. The Starlink terminals are those 4 black squares that you see there on top of the ship. Starlink is the world's largest constellation of highly advanced satellites operating in a low orbit around the Earth, providing high-speed internet on Earth and now in space.
Starship is designed to have a large surface area to create considerable drag during re-entry. Traveling at about 27,000 kilometers per hour, or almost 17,000 miles per hour, Starship compresses the air in front of it, causing the temperature of the air to rise and ionize, turning it into plasma. This plasma layer interferes with communications by absorbing and reflecting radio waves, leading to the communications blackout we've seen historically with spacecraft during atmospheric reentry. With Starship, most of that plasma is built up around the front and sides of the vehicle, leaving an opening downstream where we're able to point our Starlink terminals. And with Starlink also operating at a higher frequency than traditional space-based communications, we're able to power through any residual plasma to provide real-time video and data at high speeds back to the ground.
Super cool. We actually got to see this in action on Starship's last test, Flight 3, which had the first ever live HD video of a spaceship re-entering the atmosphere. SpaceX engineers were able to gather data on the performance of Starship as it re-entered the atmosphere and watched the heat shield in action. Now, the physics of reentry are extremely hard to replicate perfectly on the ground, so access to this data is an invaluable tool for rapid iteration. In fact, one cool observation from that Flight 3 was seeing how shock waves form at different parts of the vehicle and how they interact to put pressure on the ship, especially the flaps. This is really valuable for Starship since no spacecraft has ever flown with 4 movable flaps like what we use for aerodynamic control. Starship's greatest strength will be rapid and reliable reusability, and Starlink has become a critical tool to make that a reality.
Over the next few flights, we'll continue to improve the Starlink performance on Starship, eventually enabling more views and enabling more data to be transmitted in real time. And we'll keep experimenting during entry. You might have noticed a few tiles missing or looking different near the bottom of Starship. We intentionally placed one thin tile and removed 2 tiles completely. In their place, we now have sensors to see how hot things get without the tiles in those locations, while also testing some backup thermal protection options. Ideally, we expect Starship's reentry to improve on each flight, thanks in part to this wealth of new data. But if getting to space is hard, returning from space is even harder.
That's right. No one has ever succeeded in creating a fully and rapidly reusable heat shield. So we could see some spectacular failures before we get this right. But with communications improving on each flight, we will continue to gather more and more data to inform our development. We're now about 15.5 minutes until our next liftoff attempt. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the technology we have in development as we prepare to head to the moon in future missions.
Starship will be taking astronauts to the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program. Next year, we plan to demonstrate ship-to-ship propellant transfer, which will be important for our upcoming moon missions. Today, we're actively testing a lot of hardware that will make exploring the moon possible. One recent series of tests brought together the key pieces we'll see when landing back on the moon: Starship, spacesuits, and astronauts.
Together with Axiom and NASA, our teams put 2 astronauts in pressurized Axiom spacesuits and practiced the first steps of going to the lunar surface. The team used test builds of a Starship airlock, as you see there, and elevator to gather data on how well future Artemis astronauts will be able to move around once fully suited. Tests like this are incredibly helpful for engineers designing these systems, as they have the opportunity to get feedback directly from experienced astronauts Peggy Whitson, who is on the right of this photo, and Doug Wheelock, who's on the left. You can see them in action during this elevator test.
SpaceX will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. After those first expeditions, we'll be ready to fly more people along with everything it takes to build a moon base. In many ways, Artemis feels like an extension of the human spaceflight work SpaceX and NASA have been partnering on for some time now. In fact, we just celebrated the anniversary of the Demo 2 mission.
That's right. Just 4 years ago, on May 30th, 2020, SpaceX launched the first crewed test flight of our Crew Dragon spacecraft. Dragon carried NASA astronauts Douglas Hurley and Robert Behnken to the International Space Station in the first crewed orbital spaceflight launched from the United States since the final Space Shuttle mission in 2011, and the first ever operated by a commercial provider. You can see Bob and Doug there on your screen. That was certainly a memorable day for all of us here at SpaceX, one that we fondly think back on. And it's exciting to think about Starship being the next to take its first astronauts to the moon. In tandem with Starship development, all of our operational human spaceflight missions are helping us prepare for those future trips to the moon. Our upcoming private astronaut mission, Polaris Dawn, you can see the crew there on your screen. They will play a big role in testing procedures that will be relevant to our moon and eventually Mars missions. We're looking forward to the third Polaris Dawn mission, which will be the first crewed Starship flight.
The Polaris Dawn crew will attempt to reach the highest apogee ever flown by a spacecraft, and they'll also be performing a spacewalk, or extravehicular activity, wearing SpaceX's newly designed spacesuits. They'll also be testing space-based communications, which will be critical to future deep space missions. The Polaris Dawn mission is currently targeted to launch no earlier than July of this year, so stay tuned, because that is going to be a very exciting mission to watch. In the meantime, at T-minus 12 minutes, let's check back in with Dan on today's countdown.
And I gotta real quick do a little shout out here. This is absolutely incredible. From Adrian, thank you so much for generous support. I mean, that's huge. It goes so far for us. So thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Adrian. That's amazing. I'm going to be stepping outside here relatively soon. I'm going to listen in for a little bit, but about T-minus 5 minutes, I'm going to step outside. Again, I'm 5 miles, 8 kilometers away from this thing, and you better believe I like to watch them take off. So get ready for that. Can't believe how well it's going.
On our methane and LOX, so getting pretty full there. Those are going to continue down to about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. That's when we'll close out all the prop on the ship. And then T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the booster. A lot of work also going on in the background. Our range safety teams working to make sure the area, not just around the pad, but in the sea space out in the Gulf, and also in the anticipated entry point in the Indian Ocean, are clear. We're not tracking any blockers, any boats, anything like that in the zone right now, but their work literally continues right up until those last couple of minutes. So they're working pretty hard to make sure everything stays clear. But right now the range is green. I already talked about it in the beginning. It looks a little bit cloudy, but weather not a concern today. Really light winds. We only had about a 5% chance of violation when we started this morning, and that's held. So everything continuing to look really good for launch so far. The pad itself is getting ready. Reminder that we're going to light those engines about 4 minutes before it actually takes off. So you'll see them start. The 33 engines on Super Heavy start to light prior to that T0, and then about 2 seconds after, we'll start to see first motion. But everything looking great. Just coming up on 10 minutes until launch. Getting excited down here, ready to feel the rumble. I'll send it back to you guys over in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan. Teams are also getting excited here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. There is a pretty large crowd now gathering outside of Mission Control, located just behind Jesse and I. Now, oh, actually, you can see it there on your screen.
There they are.
Everyone getting super pumped for our 4th flight test. Now, as a reminder on that note, today is just a test, the 4th of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational. So whatever the outcome and however far we get, we can promise excitement. This rapid iterative development approach has been the basis for all of SpaceX's major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink.
Today, we've successfully landed Falcon 9 boosters 316 times, changing humanity's understanding of what's possible when it comes to rocket reusability. And even though we are not recovering the booster or ship today, test flights like these provide critical data through every phase of flight, which will get us closer and closer to full reusability, and we have a lot more tests planned for this year. When we start recovering Starship boosters, we'll want them to return to the launch site for a quicker turnaround, which you can see in this animation on your screen. And that's when the tower reveals its dual purpose. After launch, the arms or chopsticks on the tower will help guide the booster into position to ensure a precision landing.
And our goal for the near future is to have 4 launch towers, 2 in Cape Canaveral in Florida, and they will look very similar to the ones that you see here in this animation. As we know, we find that our renderings tend to end up looking really similar to real life. So while this is a rendering, we do know we can look forward to this in the future. Like I said, we're going to have 2 at Cape Canaveral in Florida and 2 located at Starbase. Starbase will continue to be used for flight tests, and the towers at the Cape will come online as we prepare to fly operational Starship missions. In fact, we recently upgraded the actuators in the chopsticks, which are responsible for swinging those arms in for a catch. And we'll be testing an operational step on this flight by moving the chopsticks to the catch position immediately after Starship flies away.
That's going to be really incredible to see. As we mentioned, we have a lot more tests planned for this year, so we need a lot more hardware. Today we have ships and super heavy boosters built and either ready to launch or in testing for the next several flights, with more coming off of the production line as SpaceX's Star Factory continues to grow. The latest phase of the factory currently under construction will come online this summer, giving us several 100,000 more square feet of space.
Yeah, when you step into this factory, it is truly inspirational. My heart jumps out of my chest.
And I have some great news for you, as if you're a Star Factory fan. As most of you know, last night I did another tour of the SpaceX production site at Starbase here, including Star Factory with Elon Musk. So stay tuned for that. I'll have that interview out here hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We have to go through it a little bit of an approval process, of course, since it's a rocket factory after all. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you're subscribed, get all the notifications on. A few reminders here before I head outside. Number one, make sure your device is on 4K. We are streaming in 4K. It's really difficult for us to do, so soak up all those pixels for us and make good use of it. We will keep, obviously, the SpaceX feed going so you guys can hear and stay in the loop. I will be stepping outside again. We're only 5 miles, 8 kilometers away. You'll see our views. They'll line up with our T0 clock there in the top left. And just a friendly reminder again, thank you so much to all of you guys for watching, for the super chats. I'm sorry that I won't be able to get to any of them. But lastly, I just wanted to remind you that we do also have, we have our 15% off of our heat shield collection. So if you want to get like a heat shield button up, our new heat shield button up shirt, or a heat shield color changing mug or towel, this is the day that we're going to see the heat shield really be put to the test again. Go to everydayastronaut.com/shop, and don't forget to check out our RUDS section. So rapid unscheduled discounts for 50% off of remaining inventory. We do runs of merchandise. We don't do print on demand. So get it while you can. I'm seeing stuff is sold out since we've been talking about it. So if you want some of our classic stuff before it's gone, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Shop around, grab some fun stuff for you. And don't forget our new orbital shirt. Lots of cool stuff. It's a great way to support the channel and get something cool for yourself or a loved one. So everydayastronaut.com/shop. I'm going to leave you guys with the SpaceX feed while I get ready to go outside. I'm going to use the restroom. This is your chance now at home. Use the restroom. Don't miss out. We're within 5 minutes of seeing the world's most powerful rocket to launch. This is when the adrenaline gets going. So get ready. Stay tuned. I'll be back in to answer every question when we're done. Hopefully we get a long coast phase to answer some questions as well. So get ready, everybody. And last reminder, report the fake SpaceX streams on YouTube. SpaceX does not stream on YouTube. If you see a SpaceX stream, report it right now. It helps the community. It helps SpaceX. It helps us. It helps everyone. Screw those scammers. That is garbage. So there's your reminder. I'll be back. Let's listen in.
Automatic scrub for the day, as teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks, as well as the lock storage tanks at the tank farm before making another attempt. So, as Dan mentioned earlier, we are not planning to hold at the optional T-40-second mark. That moment basically is what would allow teams to wait for final checkouts or assess prop levels or avionics, vehicle pressurization, the range, the weather. Weather is 95% go, as you can see from these incredible drone views that we have and pad cams. It is a beautiful day. Of course, we have some clouds billowing from the locks there.
Yeah, and again, a reminder that the payload for this mission is data, and our primary goal is to get ship through the extreme heat of reentry today. We're very excited to see that. We did get very close on Flight 3, so I'm excited to see how these iterations that we've made to the vehicle will help improve our chances of success today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just as a reminder for the booster, now we are not attempting to recover any hardware today, either on ship or booster. For the booster, we will be attempting to perform a landing burn to have a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. We made some improvements from our Flight 3 learnings, so hopefully that will work and we'll see a successful soft splashdown. For the ship, we're hoping to demonstrate controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and landing burn, and that will be followed by splashdown in the Indian Ocean. That is the same target as we had on Flight 3, so everything should look pretty similar in that regard. And we just heard the call out there that all prop load is closed out, so at this point, there is like 10 million pounds of propellant on board Starship, which is incredible.
This is getting very exciting. We are just about 2 minutes away from T0.
Yes. Can't believe it, guys. Here we go. I am outside, ready to witness history again. Are you guys ready for this?
And as Jesse just said, we are under 2 minutes away. So prop load is complete. All the fill drain lines into ship and booster have closed. Right now we're doing the pushback, so clearing out all those ground lines of propellant. And that'll be completed over the next couple of seconds. We're coming up on that T-minus 40 mark. Again, not planning to hold. If we do, or if we get a hold after we pass it, we can snap back to that T-minus 40, and then we can stay there for about 30 minutes or so if any other issues crop up. Once we pass T-minus 40, a lot of things happen, both on the vehicle and the ground. It's running a lot of its own self-checkouts, venting different tanks and pressure lines throughout the vehicle. We essentially built that 40 seconds as that's about how much time it takes for the vehicle to take all of those actions, which is why we hold there. But all of that happens automated. You do a final checkout of the TVC, the thrust vector control, how we're going to steer, and then we see liftoff. So we're under a minute away.
I got goosebumps, guys. I love it.
45 seconds and counting.
Good event, game met.
All right, now as we close in, we are past the 40-second mark. So let's listen in.
Flight director is
Ty Huntington's going to take us through.
Here we go, guys.
One more time for a Starship liftoff.
Don't forget our clock. I'll be reacting to our clock, top left. The bottom left screen will be a little bit delayed by about 10 seconds. So
T-minus 15.
Oh, I see ignition.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Yes. 4, 3. Robots fighting. I love it. Oh. Here comes the rumble. I don't have visual on it. It's too cloudy.
All right, 30 seconds into flight. The rumbles are still building here in the Raptor's nest. We're seeing 32 out of 33 engines lit on the Super Heavy right now. Coming up shortly is going to be max Q, that maximum aerodynamic pressure as we go uphill on the vehicle.
No visual, but that rumble, guys.
Max Q.
So down an engine.
All right, we just
no
passed
big deal.
through max Q, so we're going to continue on up. We still have about a minute and 30 seconds until we get to stage separation. Starship now flying faster than the speed of sound.
It launched again, right at the top of their launch opportunity.
How
do they do
so you
this?
got a couple of views.
Oh,
you
there
got
it
the
is.
ground trackers in your top camera there. You're looking down from the top of the booster in the bottom left, and then a camera in the top flap of the ship looking back in the bottom right. So getting a couple of different looks as Starship heads uphill. Once we get the hot staging, a lot of things happen all at once simultaneously. We're going to light the engines on the ship, starting with the RVACs first, and then the 3 center sea level engines before we're separated. All of that exhaust gets plumed out the side of the hot stage, and then the ship will separate itself. All but the 3 center engines on the booster are going to shut down, so the booster never stops its thrust while we go through this hot stage maneuver. After that, the booster is going to do its flip, start heading back, and then the ship will be on its own power on its way to space. So that should be coming up in just about 30 seconds from now. As of right now, still looking in like 32 out of 33 Raptors lit on the booster. And we'll start to see those stagger down. They're going to turn off in banks, so you'll see the lights on the bottom left screen of the engines that are active start to turn off in different groups, and you'll see those 3 center ones lit.
They're turning the grid fin, so here comes
Booster
the
engine cut off.
Yep.
Ship ignition. Stage separation confirmed.
Amazing.
Boost back burn, start up.
Acquisition Houston.
All 13 engines for the boost back burn. That's looking good. All 6
Hot
engines on
stage
ship.
confirmed. Ship under its own power. Booster boosting back. Looks like all 13 are lit. Kate, we got a booster on the way back to the Gulf and a ship on the way to space.
Yes.
Acquisition signal. Status.
Ship chamber pressures are nominal.
Ship power and telemetry nominal.
All right, the first stage currently performing the boost back burn. This is expected to last a little over 1 minute. This propels the booster back toward the coast, taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. As you can see on your screen in the bottom left-hand corner, we were only using the 13 center engines from here on.
Boost back burn, shut down.
Heard confirmation there of good boost back burn shutdown.
H2 tank pressures are nominal.
Lots of excitement. So right here, this is our view of the jettisoned hot stage. As we mentioned, this is a temporary fix to help reduce the weight of the booster, the Super Heavy booster. Future iterations will have a lighter weight integrated hot stage structure that won't need to be jettisoned.
Okay, you can maybe hear me, but not see me right now.
After we jettison that hot stage, the booster will begin to attempt its water landing in the Gulf. In the meantime, the ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, it will attempt a controlled reentry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn, just before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. But as a reminder, we are not attempting...
Trajectory nominal.
Good news there. Trajectory is looking good for the ship, which is on the right-hand side of your screen.
Wow. This is looking good here, guys. This is looking, look at how good the tiles look.
At this point in time, as you can see, we have no engines lit on the booster. It is coasting back toward the Gulf of Mexico for a water landing and ship under power of all 6 Raptor engines. There's 3 sea level and 3 vacuum Raptor engines that are lit, as we can see on your screen.
These views have been looking incredible. Super Heavy has been performing beautifully today. And you can hear the crowd is very excited about it. As a reminder for Booster, the primary goal today is to do a landing burn and a splashdown in the water. And we are just about 30 seconds away from that landing burn, expecting to begin.
The top of the Super Heavy.
And an incredible view from the forward portion of the booster. This is basically on top of the Super Heavy booster.
You can see the grid fins working.
Where we have jettisoned that hot stage, so now we can see this incredible view of Earth as it's making its way back down to the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, the booster is using the 4 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through atmospheric re-entry.
Oh my gosh.
And we are expecting that landing burn here.
That's an incredible shot. Look at how much speed it's scrubbing off just in the atmosphere.
And we will be igniting 13 engines, and this is a great view. On your left-hand side is 3 views from the booster, and your right-hand side a view from the ship. And you can see those grid fins on your left-hand screen rotating and turning to
Engines.
guide the booster, and there's that landing burn.
Oh my God. Definitely lost one engine.
The landing burn just begun, and you can see the water below.
Oh, yes!
And we have splashdown.
In one piece! Well, some pieces fell off, but in one piece!
What an incredible sight! Congratulations to the SpaceX team!
Holy crap!
Ship has entered terminal guidance.
That was absolutely incredible. The
Expected loss
first
signal,
successful splashdown of the Super Heavy booster. Loved seeing it just tip over into the water before losing that footage. Now the next milestone is coming up in about under a minute.
Signal,
The
QA.
ship is going to shut off its Raptor engines,
Ship engine cut off.
which we see right there.
Yeah, baby!
As we mentioned before, today's test flight is not an orbital flight, but rather one that demonstrates the Starship's orbital capability.
Things are
So
looking
right now,
incredible.
we are under power with just the 3 center Raptor engines. Expecting those, and just there we could see that those have also successfully cut off.
I love it! Are you kidding me? Look at that.
FDS is saved.
Wow.
What an
Nominal
incredible...
orbit insertion.
Oh, there's great news there. The call out we were hoping to hear. Amazing views once again from Starship. We have our second Starship in space. These live views being brought to us by Starlink, which is on board the ship. Dan, what an incredible view we have once again. So exciting. We got another ship in space.
I'm like still jumping up and down. I'm like,
Expected loss signal.
this whole building was going absolutely insane when we saw the booster hit the water. I mean, wow. Congrats to everybody that's just been putting in insane amounts of hours on everything to make this thing a reality. And I feel like every single time we do one of these, we're seeing something wildly new. We got to see the hot stage jettison and the booster in the water. But just to recap real quick over everything that's happened. So we lifted off at 7:50 a.m. only 9 minutes ago. How has it only been 9 minutes? 7:50 a.m. Central at 12:50 UTC. We saw 32 of the 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy make the ascent. We had successful cutoff, successful hot staging. All 6 engines on the ship powered it all the way into a nominal orbital trajectory. And we've already been getting some live views from the ship on board. After that, the booster was able to do its boost back burn. Oh, this looks like we're actually getting some views from the ground still, potentially from Florida,
Wow.
of the ship as it's up there. So that's a view from some of our tracking cameras on the ground in Florida.
That is awesome.
But the ship, we just heard successful orbital insertion, so it's right where it needs to be and is now going to continue on its way to coast until it comes to reentry. But I mean, the booster, successful boost back burn, jettison the hot stage, and then a landing burn. It looked like we saw 12 of the 13 engines light up, and then that first ever soft splashdown in the water. So a whole lot still to come. Ship now on its way to its primary objective of entry. That's going to be coming up in just under 40 minutes from now. So a lot still to come, but wow, what a 9 minutes to start this mission off. So can't wait to see what entry is going to show us, but that launch was incredible. Back over to you, Jesse and Kate.
Amazing.
Wow. I am still trying to catch my breath here. That was some incredible views that we have never seen before. It has been nonstop since liftoff, and with the booster having completed its job for the day, we're going to take a short break for about the next 28 minutes, and we'll return while we're going to take a break while the ship is continuing to coast before re-entry.
Exactly. As with Flight 3, Starlink may enable us to talk with the ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. We are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so of course nothing is certain. However, if we do have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. Views such as the one, that we had. Well, of course, because I said it, it went away. So we will try to bring those to you live.
Exactly. Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown.
All right. Oh my, don't go anywhere, guys, because this is the most exciting part's yet to come, the re-entry of Starship. This is the ultimate test. This is why the heat shield stuff is all such a big deal, is we're about to see them be punished again through the re-entry phase. So don't go anywhere. You're about 25 minutes or so from the re-entry phase happening, and that's where things get even more exciting. And that was those views of the booster during re-entry that was absolutely incredible. I gotta just say again, huge shout out to the SpaceX teams, the booster team, Starship team's looking a lot better on this one than the last one. Hopefully everything's going really well. Looks like they're still getting some telemetry from it, obviously. Hopefully the views come back here soon and we get beautiful views of it while it's going over. It's about to be, right now it's kind of crossing over Florida. It'll go all the way across the Atlantic, go over Africa, and then it'll begin to re-enter in the Indian Ocean, just to be testing out that heat shield. That's what they're working on right now, is that heat shield re-entry, which is why we do have 15% off of our heat shield collection. So if you guys want to support the work we do here, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Grab some of our awesome heat shield collection stuff, like our brand new heat shield button up, 15% off right now, as well as our heat shield mug. You can tell my coffee's cold because my heat shield mug is no longer red. And our oversized towel and our hydro flask. But if you want to support the work we do here, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Click around, find some awesome stuff for you, friends, your loved ones. Don't forget to check out our RUD section. Like I said, this is almost gone. Almost everything in this is sold out. So if you want to get 50% off of our remaining inventory, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Click on RUDs, support the show, get something cool for yourself, or even for a little tiny baby. Even if you have a little baby, we got you covered. Yeah, so thanks to all of you there, and also huge thanks again to all of our supporters everywhere, all the super chats, guys. It makes all this possible for us, and Patreon also. So if you want to join our Discord channel and get early previews of, including the Elon video. I'm not trying to say like the reason we do early releases of videos isn't like an early release. We actually use it as a review period. So if you want your first opportunity to see when the Elon video is ready for public consumption, the first people that will see it will be supporters, so they can give their feedback and try to catch any errors. I'm a terrible speller. I spell everything wrong. So if you want to help me catch errors and get your name also in the video, patreon.com/everydayastronaut. And then you join our Discord and say hi and hang out with us and be part of the community. So thank you so much to all of you that are watching. The best is yet to come in the stream. Do not go anywhere. We are looking at a re-entry phase here soon. I really hope they get that video back. That video feed, it's so funny. Right when Kate said, like, bringing you these beautiful feeds, it freezes. But they are doing new things to be able to bring those feeds in through Starlink, like they said, which is absolutely incredible. So let's hear it for the teams at SpaceX, everybody. Come on. I mean, you don't get better free entertainment than that. Like, this is free, and it's history in the making in front of our eyes right now. That's what I just absolutely love about this. The world's biggest, most powerful rocket literally shaking where we are here at Mars Studio B here in South Texas. What an exciting thing. And that booster reentry, by the way, we have reports that Ryan with Cosmic Perspective, Ryan Shalinsky, actually heard the sonic boom of reentry, which is crazy. I didn't hear that here, but I can't wait for that sonic boom when they bring the booster back to land it on the launch tower. That's going to be a heck of a sonic boom. And it's crazy that Ryan already heard that too. So I can't wait. It kind of stinks that we got fogged out as far as the visibility here. I don't know if we got too many incredible shots like we have in the past, but boy, oh boy, we got something. I realized I left my phone running recording. So I'm going to grab that before I waste like 4K 60, a bunch of data, and just chew up like a terabyte of data. So give me 1 second. I'll be back in literally 1 second. Hold on. The humidity is absolutely insane right now, and it's no fun. Okay, that being said, like I said, we have a lot of questions to answer here, so we'll get through some of your guys' questions. And let's start off with this. Thank you so much to Will for saying this is so much fun. Thank you for the amazing coverage. You are welcome. Again, this is all possible thanks to all of you, and we wouldn't be doing this if you guys weren't watching. So huge, huge, huge thank you. This was a response, Thomas. We have this thing, for some reason, a glitch where as soon as it goes positive, our clock goes into like an hour positive. I don't know why. We had a fix for it, and then it reverted or something. We are working on a new update of that, so we will get that worked on. Don't you worry. Let's see what. Oh, awesome! It's good to hear from Steve Morocco. Hey, Steve. Yeah, we're working hard on updating everything on our end at all times, as you guys probably know. Let's see what questions we can find, though, because there's probably a lot of questions. So this is from Crazy Ninja TV. I really thought the booster was going to hit the water hard. Luckily, I was wrong. I thought, like, when it lit up and we see debris flying, I was like, oh, that's it. They got further than last time, but they didn't do a soft splashdown. I was wrong. They ended up doing an ice-controlled 3-engine final splashdown, and it looked very soft. It looked very controlled. I don't know if it's enough confidence for them to be able to move towards a booster catch next. We'll have to see how accurate that was. But man, oh man, that was unbelievable footage. I mean, come on. Those views coming on through reentry were incredible. Yeah. Did something happen here to our X feed? It looks like maybe. Hang on. What am I seeing here? I'm going to refresh this. Yeah. Let's keep going here. Let's see. How do they compensate for the loss of thrust when one engine doesn't turn on? Do they burn a few seconds longer? So, yeah, I think actually at liftoff they're actually pretty well throttled down as well. So they actually have just some margin to throttle the rest of the engines up. They also can burn longer if you need to be able to get to a certain speed, certain velocity at stage separation. There's actually a lot of things, and that's actually one of the cool things about having 33 engines is you have some flexibility in that mission. You have some flexibility and some margin to be able to play with. So if you lose an engine, you can run certain ones longer. You can ramp up engine power on the rest of them. I think they lift off well below 100% thrust. And so they actually have margin to be able to increase thrust to compensate. So, guys, is anyone else sad that we're not getting the views from space right now? Because we got spoiled last time where we had it almost the entire time. I'm sure right now the teams at SpaceX are like going crazy trying to get their views back down from the vehicle. We will see. Okay, this is a great question here from F-35 pilot. Please answer, sir. How do grid fins work? Well, I got something for you here. Again, we've got our wonderful metal Falcon 9 model rocket that you can find at everydayastronaut.com/shop. I'm going to fold it up just so it represents things a little bit better. Take the legs off and clip it all in. So grid fins. Think of grid fins. So speaking of F-35, you have the stabilator, the all moving stabilator in the back, which is a control surface that moves the entire horizontal stabilizer, right, of the tail of an F-35 or some jets. They move the entire fin surface like this. Instead of it being a single fin, basically think of grid fins as like a fin cut into 100 pieces, right? And so you actually have a ton of little fins, that what was a wing, you now cut it up and you put it in like a cheese grater looking thing, right? And so you have just all these little fins. What's cool about this is it allows them to be stowed like this. Ironically, SpaceX doesn't stow them on Super Heavy because they realize we can just fly it without them being stowed. Falcon 9 stows them for aerodynamic reasons, but there isn't actually much cross area. You can even see, like, when I'm holding it like this, you know, you can see the grid fins, but then when I go like this, you can see through them, you know, because there's actually not much cross area there. The way they control is they just roll. They only have a single axis of roll on each grid fin. So you're basically, you can treat these as fins like this. You can replace these grid fins with a more normal fin that goes like this, and it rolls this way. So that gives you your pitch yaw and your roll. If you roll them all in the same direction, you can induce roll into the booster. If you do a pair like this, you can do pitch. If you do them this way, you can do yaw. And that's, grid fins are just that exact same thing. They're just sliced up for packaging purposes. They're actually also good for transonic as they go from supersonic down to subsonic. The grid fins they got these little serrated teeth and stuff, are actually a good control surface for doing that transonic region. Well, I don't know if they're better than an all-moving like canard, but it is a thing. So that's how grid fins work. And what they're doing is they're using them to basically they're targeting a certain area. In this case, with this particular mission or this particular test, they had a GPS coordinate that they're trying to get the booster to go down to, and basically practicing the booster catch like they will eventually be doing back to the pad, where they land the booster inside the Mechazilla arms at the launch tower. So they basically are targeting in that, and it's constantly updating its position frankly like a guided missile. It's pretty much the same thing. And they're steering it. And what's cool is you can actually put a little bit of lift into the vehicle. So if you come, let's pretend it's just falling straight out of the sky. It's not, it's coming at an angle. But let's pretend it's falling straight. If you want to actually have the air do more, more resistance and take more velocity out of the rocket, with the grid fins, and we see this a lot on Falcon 9, they're getting pretty extreme with it. They can pitch it over like this. So there's actually a lift vector coming off and a lot of extra drag coming off the fuselage of the rocket, which then slows it down. That's velocity that you don't need to take out with propellant with your engines, because they have to, get the vehicle down to, at the end, 0 mile an hour, 0 meters per second, 0 kilometers an hour, whatever unit you want to use, 0 velocity. And so any additional velocity you have to use using propellant. So if they can remove velocity by creating extra drag, by making the vehicle fall at an angle and gliding in, they can actually greatly reduce their, and also what's cool too is if you're kind of doing this, you're not only attacking more, hitting more atmosphere this way, you're spending more time in the atmosphere, which is also reducing the velocity of the booster. So it's, grid fins are amazing. And the whole, for now, it looked like this is more or less a straight down descent. Didn't look like they pitched super heavy over too far. But eventually, I do expect them to start doing that more and more extreme. Now that they've got valuable flight data, I do expect to see them start pitching over more, removing more of that velocity. But for now, they're just, you need to remember, guys, these are just tests. These are just early data collection. There's margins baked in everywhere. They're like just trying to kind of just do it for the first time. See what went right, see what went wrong. And with this very first test, with the booster landing, I'm sure they had plenty of margin of, we're not gonna tilt over too far with the grid fins because we want to make sure we get to the landing burn, right? They don't want to lose it because they got too egregious with the grid fins, right? So I'm gonna set this back here. So you see, we're gonna see that evolve though. The next launch, I expect them, if they don't go for a tower catch, I do expect them to do an even steeper pitch over with the grid fins and hopefully bleed even more velocity out. Which means, see, this is how this works. It's really cool because the more velocity they can bleed off with the body of the vehicle, the less propellant they need to land, which means the more propellant they can use on ascent, which means the heavier payload they can put into space. So it's all this these are the trades here of spaceflight. Is your propellant is, you can only use it once. It expels out of the vehicle. So once it's gone, it's gone. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. External camera comes online in 11 minutes. So I wonder if interesting. Elon just said that. We do actually have acquisition of signal. He said 6 minutes ago. 11 internal cameras are transmitting. Figure out why external cameras aren't. Hang on, I'm gonna put this up here so you guys can read along here. This is good. This is good to know that they do still have signal here. So external cameras online in 11 minutes, Elon said. So it sounds like they have a fix. Yeah, that's all we got for that. Sorry, not as exciting as I probably hyped it up to be, but there you go. Hopefully we do get those external views coming back. In Discord, Corona Kivo wants to know, can we see some of the replays of launch and booster landing? Right now, it's probably going to be a little bit hard just with, we'll probably keep things in this state, but once we get through reentry, we'll try to see if we can get back and watch some stuff. I mean, we could probably rewind I don't think you can rewind on an X feed if I remember right. Maybe if I can get some confirmation. Let's see here. This is a funny question from Daniel Farmer. And he plans to interview Elon and tour Starbase again. About 18 hours ago, yeah. No, 12 hours ago. Yeah, 12 hours ago. I did exactly that. So, like I said, stay tuned. We will have that interview out as soon as it's, that interview and tour as soon as it can be. Oh, look, we're starting to maybe get some signal coming back. I don't know. Maybe not. You know, as soon as I can release that video, I will. Like I said, you know, we'll be getting reviews out from both internally at SpaceX to make sure that everything is of compliance with ITAR and intellectual property, all that stuff. And then our supporters will see, you know, the next version, which will be just to check for errors, make sure I'm not you know, I normally do like an intro and add some, you know, some text and stuff. So we'll just make sure that there's no errors. So the Patreon supporters and YouTube members, all that stuff, you guys will see that first. So everydayastronaut.com, no, patreon.com/everydayastronauts, the best way to do that. And yeah, you can rewind in full screen. That's good to know. I didn't know that. So so in Discord, Too Legit to Quit is asking, do you think we'll get camera views throughout the reentry? I do think we'll get, hopefully, I mean, assuming they do fix this, we hopefully do get those camera views through reentry. So hopefully, yeah. This is a good question here, or comment from Martin K. Will that model be shipped from within the EU, the European Union at some point? Shipping is about $145 US to Denmark right now. Would love to get that model. Yeah, trust me, we know the model's really heavy. It's like 2 kilograms because it's solid. It's like almost solid metal. It's a little bit hollow in one point, but our models are really heavy. They're expensive, which makes for VATs and taxes really, really expensive. We do factor in, when you see on our shop, when you see the price and the shipping, that does factor in VAT and all taxes and literally door to door. So yes, it's expensive, but you're not left with any surprises. So back in the day, like when we'd ship something, you know, someone might get like a $30 shipping. They'd be like, cool, that's great. And then it would get stuck in customs for 2 months. And they'd also owe like another $80 or something in taxes. And it's like, we don't want to do that. So everything's now baked in. However, this summer we are working on a European warehouse for at least some of the more expensive items, such as that. So the stream is just, yeah, the stream volume is nothing right now. They just have music playing. So they're not talking or anything. So yeah, there's no relight attempt on this particular one. So let's see here. This is from Zora Sapphire. Is it possible they cut the video to release a secret payload? It's a big ship. The government would be smart to take advantage. This is not in orbit, though. So whatever they deployed, if they deployed a big, giant, secret spy government, which why would there's no way if it's like an important payload, they'd put it on the 4th test flight of a vehicle like this because it's just way too dangerous. It doesn't have a way to open. The doors are actually sealed shut on this one. We've seen that from the outside. And it's not even in orbit. So even if whatever they did release, if they release something at this point in space, it's coming right back in and it's going to crash down in the Indian Ocean. So hopefully if the government does put up a big old payload on this thing, a secret payload more or less, then that secret payload will be dead in about 15 minutes. So so the answer is no, just simply out of the possibilities. So this is a great question here from the Titanic. Again, sorry that I'm not able to get to all your super chats and everything. We're just trying to grab as much as we can, but this one's a good question from the Titanic. What are the future missions of the Starships? I would really appreciate it. So from here, again, these initial test flights like this are just trying to collect data. These are test flights. These are not missions. Like the mission is to collect data. The payload is data. these aren't finished products. These are literally like problem-solving vehicles. These are how, and one of the things that they talked about, we need to talk about it now, and I talked about it with Elon yesterday, it is missing some heat shield tiles on this one. Now notice the heat shield tiles are missing down around the engine skirt. They're not at the propellant tanks, and that's important because they think right now, they don't know. That's the big thing. They don't know if they lost a heat shield tile in the middle of the tank, will it rupture and blow the tank up and cause a loss of vehicle? They don't know. So what they're doing is the scientific method where they're actually doing kind of an A/B test. They're leaving some tiles out of the unpressurized skirt area, and that's going to allow them to see it, and there's sensors there. If we lose a tile, what happens? That's what they're doing. They're literally allowing themselves to have a failure point, but it's in a hopefully non-critical area where they'll hopefully learn whether or not that burn through, if reentry, if you lose a heat shield tile, will it matter, right? Will it be mission critical? And then that will help them. So remember, you're not trying to get ahead of yourself. You don't want to go, hey, we have heat shield tiles done. We're done. They want to know, is what we have for a heat shield tile completely, how much more effort do we need to put into heat shield tiles, basically? So is it absolutely critical? If we lose one, do we lose the vehicle? If the answer is no, maybe what they have is good enough, right? If the answer is yes, if we lose the heat shield, we lose the vehicle. Okay, better have some backups. Better have some ablative shield behind it. Better have, better do that kind of stuff and really test the heat shield out to know what to expect and how much to focus on it in the future, right? I do some people saying that they closed the arms. Elon said last night that I would have to double check on it, but he said last night that they weren't practicing like a synchronized catch with the tower, but maybe they did actually. Who knows? Because it does look like the tower arms did definitely close, which is really interesting. But if they were doing a simulated booster catch, I think the tower arms would swing out to the other side. I don't think they'd be over. Maybe that's just an actuation test. I don't think they. Do we still have any views? Actually, is Mr. T's dead, isn't it? Or is it not? I can't tell. It's pretty frozen. Oh yeah, we're hearing conflicting things that it's ish. Our ground cameras can see a little bit, but it's hard to tell. Yeah. So, but that is something, hopefully we'll see that happen before the next launch is make sure that, hopefully, oh, there we go. That is actually live. Wow. Our camera survived. Not bad. And it's not even that far off angle. Not bad at all. Huh. Pretty, whoa. That's, okay, that one got a little, a little dirty. This is crazy. Some cameras, some carnage. Yeah, connection's not incredible on it, which is understandably so when it just took off, the most powerful rocket ever just took off like, what is that, 200 meters from there, whatever, a quarter mile, like 400 meters. That camera's really, really, really close to the launch pad. It's actually amazing that it's still working. That is one of our, that's a 6K camera actually that's recording on that Robo pan tilt. It's a 6K, can shoot 60 frames a second. So it's not super slow-mo, but those lenses, we're nervous that those might be almost sacrificial lenses at this point, and those aren't cheap. That's not fun. This is from Brian. Do you know anything about how they reinforce the thrusters on Starship? So I assume you're talking about the attitude control thrusters that were clogged up on the last mission. They basically added, it sounds like they kind of added some heaters and just I don't exactly know what changes they made, but they mitigated the issue to hopefully make it so the valves don't get stuck open or closed, which is the important thing to be able to, go forward. While in control. Guys, I'm still like reeling. I can't, how are they launching this thing right at the top of the window every single time like this? This is a brand new, like totally experimental vehicle, and they're just launching it like it's nothing. I I don't get this. I mean, oh, finally we got views back. And look at, it's stable. It's stable. It's not spinning out of control. Oh, this makes me so happy. This makes me so happy. Keating, are you listening in if the announcers come back on? Okay, cool. Oh my gosh, it's in space. It's let's watch its altitude. It's probably past it. It's got to be past its apogee. Yeah, it's falling down. So it's cruising. It's gonna come in for a spicy reentry, and we have the views to watch it come back in through reentry. This is absolutely insane. Oh my gosh. And I gotta talk to the team here. I'm like speechless right now. How is this happening? It's insane. Yeah, this is insane. I mean, this is probably a time to give a shout out to the TPS team, the thermal protection team. The fact that the heat shield tiles are holding up pretty darn well, and we're gonna see those things put to the test. It's crazy. You actually are watching this vehicle fall back from space, and not just remember if you're not quite familiar with orbital mechanics and how this stuff all works, with orbit versus suborbit. If you just go up and back down, which is still can be an incredible view. You get that amazing view, but you're only going up. And then you're falling right back down. So the way that you stay in space is you go really, really fast. I have a video about this orbit versus suborbit. Even if you know, if you play Kerbal Space Program, you know. If you don't play Kerbal Space Program and you don't quite understand why orbit and orbital velocities is such a big deal, definitely watch orbit versus suborbit, and we explain, all the orbital mechanics and even things like apogee, perigee, aphelion, and all these, all the different terms. We get you familiar with orbits. This vehicle is basically almost on an orbit, but its orbit is, it's intercepting with the atmosphere. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you, TPS team, for hanging out here with Everyday Astronaut. That's awesome. Super, super cool. Just that the teams at SpaceX are doing such phenomenal work. Like I said, it was really, really cool to get up close and personal with Starships just last night and see how far they've come along. I mean, my word, since I was out there last time, I was like, actually the last Elon tours, I mean, we were looking at some pretty rudimentary vehicles, and these are still test vehicles. These are still prototypes, but holy crap. I mean, it's becoming pretty amazing what they're able to do. So, by the way, so what we're looking at right now is it looks like it's the forward flap, the top nose flap, of Starship. So looks like it's in the proper orientation. So it's going to be doing that, roughly 50, 60 degree reentry. And the flaps are already in the position that they're hopefully going to, so they'll be kind of trimming those flaps to be able to maintain that orientation and hopefully keep the heat shield side facing the plasma. That's what happened last time. We remember it was out of control. It was rolling out of control. So this thing's coming back in for reentry, 140 kilometers. Oh, here we go.
Return of the Super Heavy booster. So that was incredible to see. And right now, the ship is in space. As you can see here by this view, we're looking at one of the flaps of Starship, one of 4. You can actually see a close-up side detail of some of those hexagonal heat shield tiles. Now, coming up around T plus 49 minutes, the ship will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. As a reminder, the primary goal of today's flight test is for a ship to make it through the extreme heat of re-entry. This is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is about 8 kilometers per second or roughly 5 miles per second. At those speeds, the spacecraft moving through the atmosphere results in friction and creates a plasma field around the vehicle. That blanket of plasma distorts, as you can see, that plasma blanket, which you can kind of see here, distorts communication frequencies. So we're left with a brief blackout in communication.
What did we just miss? I wonder if they moved the fins and everyone in mission control is seeing it. They just went quiet. Stop
Yeah,
commenting.
that's right, Kate. And Starlink's what's really allowing us to capture as much data as possible, especially through this reentry. Updated animation, landing burn. I hope we get to see it for real today. But these live views that we're getting now and we're going to continue to get are through Starlink. That's going to allow us to get as much data as possible, which we've said it before. We're going to say it 9,000 times. The data is the payload on these flights. So as much as we can learn, that's just going to pay dividends on all of our future flights and help us get Starship to an operational phase. Reentry, obviously a really critical phase of the flight, and it's the one that we're now most focused on cracking to get us closer to that full reusability. Starlink is going to be able to send us data back all the way through reentry. We've done some additional testing, and we're expecting to be able to get data from Starlink thanks to its high frequency and kind of the orientation and everything of Starship all the way through reentry. And then got a new view here. We have two external views. We had this one on Flight 3. We've got two for this one. And we're going to continue adding views as we continue to evolve Starship. Again, this is an experimental vehicle. Believe me, I want as many camera views as you all do. So huge shout out to the AVI and the software teams and everybody that's been working with us. We're getting more cameras on Starship, not just because it looks cool, but this provides an incredible insight into reentry, which is, historically a really tough window to look through. The physics of reentry are insanely intense. One of my favorite NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, recently described it as with the forces and the flows and the temperatures, it's like pointing at a raging river in one spot and saying, tell me exactly what's happening right there. And that's what a ship is experiencing as it goes through, as it's moving through the atmosphere at more than 5 miles a second and heating up to thousands of degrees. So just having visual representation, just being able to see what's happening is incredibly valuable. So these views are going to be through Starlink. We've got this one. This is in one of the forward flaps looking back. So if you see it rotating around, that's because, again, it's embedded in one of those forward flaps. It is
moving already.
So as we get through and we start to build up density in the atmosphere, this view is going to move around as the flap does. And then the other one we had a little bit earlier is looking at one of the other forward flaps on the other side. Eventually, we're going to keep adding more cameras to Starship, get a couple of different views from the outside of all the different areas.
Starting to see plasma.
And then also eventually to be able to see payloads once they're deployed. So a lot more exciting stuff coming up in the future. But right now we're getting closer to reentry. Again, we're going to be moving at hypersonic speeds of more than 5 times the speed of sound. We're going to see that plasma start to build. So, Kate, Jesse, excitement coming up.
Yeah, as you can see with that view on your screen, again, high def brought to us by Starlink. We can see the plasma beginning to build as the ship is getting closer to the Earth's atmosphere. Now, let's talk a little bit about how Starship will survive reentry, hopefully, and control itself.
Exactly. We've been talking about this entire flight test. There's 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles surrounding the bottom portion or the Earth-facing side of the ship.
Through 100 kilometers altitude, good altitude for entry.
Great call outs there. Now, during atmospheric reentry, the vehicle is going to see temperatures as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. So those tiles are there to help protect the vehicle from this extreme heat.
Yeah, and the flaps will help control it. Now, one noticeable difference I see immediately, those flaps are not moving as much as they were on Flight 3. So that is a great sign, right? We had unplanned loss of roll control on Flight 3, so we added some additional thrusters, and we can see that they're working well, and we have a much more stable view. So those flaps, there's 4 of them, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. They're made out of stainless steel. And yeah, they help steer the ship, which, as we can see, the plasma continuing to build. Now, if the ship survives reentry, it will have to perform a flip maneuver as well as a landing burn. We saw this demonstrated in a couple of high-altitude flight tests back in 2020, 2021. Similarly,
temperatures increasing on the nose within expected ranges.
Great news there. It sounds like the temperatures that we are getting during this point, which again, we usually don't get during spaceflight because of this plasma. We're getting this live. This is a great news.
Oh my gosh.
So similarly to, for example, the serial number 10 test that we saw a couple years ago, we're hoping to duplicate that again today. Hopefully we will see it live. And basically the 3 center engines of the ship will reignite and gimbal or point to help flip the ship until those engines are pointing down so that it can land vertically using Raptor's thrust.
And as you can see, even from the beginning of the program, we've designed Starship to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. We also want rapid reusability, so we're doing...
The vehicle is passing through 85 kilometers altitude. The flaps have control of the vehicle.
Great news. Flaps have control of the vehicle. That's exactly what we want to hear for this flight test.
Yeah.
Again, we are going to be doing a propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And we are expecting reentry to begin here in just about a minute. Reentry, an awesome view that we have here.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
This is the same view that we had when we first returned from the coast phase. Again, this is looking at the side of one of the flaps.
How is that camera not going to get cooked?
It's incredible that
in the wake.
Literally at the bottom of this picture, we're basically looking through plasma, which is just absolutely mind-blowing.
Wild, very wild. Now we are expecting entry to begin here in about 30 seconds or so. Entry to splashdown is expected to last about 6 minutes long. And that flip maneuver should occur around about 10 minutes before splashdown. And such incredible views that we're getting.
Approaching peak heating region.
Great call outs there.
It's looking stable. Look at how much it's slowing down too.
These views are absolutely astounding.
Nose temperatures continue to rise within expected region.
And in your bottom right-hand corner, you can also follow along with the altitude of ship as it's returning back to Earth.
If this survives peak heating, it's going to be huge. It's so
once
stable.
again, this view is basically looking down into the plasma blanket that is building up around the exterior of Starship. It is traveling, as you can see on your screen. You can look in the bottom right-hand corner and see how fast it's going, how high it is, as well as the general orientation. Again, we're seeing a lot more stability, a lot more control here on this flight, which is great. It shows that the iterations, the learning...
Starship is now in expected peak heating region.
All right, great news
baby.
there, telling us that this is basically the hottest point that Starship should get during its reentry. Now, the heat shield is working with the atmosphere for some free braking, okay? The atmosphere is helping to slow the Starship down.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using any engines or thrust to slow the vehicle down. Exactly what Kate mentioned. We're just using the atmosphere and those heat shield tiles protecting the vehicle as it's coming through that high heat temperature.
Yeah. Now, this is another one of those moments that we have been waiting for. Right now, the ship is currently re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and by all looks and all call-outs that we're hearing on the net, it is doing pretty well. Now, we do not plan to recover the spacecraft today, but rapid and reliable reusability is the ultimate goal.
Guys, this is insane. I think they're going to do it.
Just pausing to just take in this incredible new and different view that we're seeing. We did get a similar view in Flight 3, but again, the vehicle did lose a little bit of its control, attitude control, and this is a very stable view. This is great. This is exactly what we want, and we are hearing that we're getting expected call-outs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Starship is seeing half a G of acceleration, remains on a good entry trajectory.
You know, it's incredible to look at this photo and wonder, wait, is it real? Is it frozen? You know, we can see so I was just going to say
Those temperatures have stopped increasing.
Oh, that is great news. The temperature is no longer building. But I was saying, we have a little bit of indication there. We can see that streaking that occurs and tells us that this is indeed a true view. So once again, we are looking basically through the plasma that is building up around the exterior of the ship.
And I still cannot get over that we are getting a live view of reentry right now, live on your screen. Again, we've said this over and over, but all thanks to Starlink. We are able to use Starlink in space, which we're getting this incredible data. And not only just the data from the sensors, but getting live imagery of what is actually happening, which is great, which we've never been able to do live before.
Right. Now, just
Insane.
a quick future outlook here. So in about, let's see, at T plus about 1 hour and 2 minutes, we should hear a call out for entry transonic. That means that the ship is going near the speed of sound. And then about a minute after that, we'll hear another call out saying entry subsonic, meaning that the ship is going below the speed of sound. So these are all continued indications that the atmosphere, right, as the ship comes back down, it is getting through the more dense part of the atmosphere, and that atmosphere is helping to push against the vehicle, and those heat shields are protecting the vehicle during this high heat period.
Unbelievable. This is the most incredible
Okay,
footage.
Jesse, we're starting to see
I do want to just remind you guys how big this thing is. This is the largest flying object ever, and it's falling back in, not just falling back in from space, but hitting the atmosphere at 17,000 miles an hour, 27,000 kilometers an hour, or 8 kilometers a second. Absolutely screaming, and it's holding up. This is the first time they've ever done this, and it's maintaining orientation. Absolutely incredible. So this is incredibly valuable flight data. So impressed. And live views of it, insane.
Our last signal with the ship on Flight 3 was at 65, so we should be making it past that point shortly. Obviously, as you guys pointed out, we're in a much better control this time as we re-entered in the right attitude, and our flaps have been steering the way so far. Once we get through transonic, that's when you've got essentially
Raptor landing bird.
Different areas around the vehicle where the air is either moving faster or slower than the speed of sound. We'll eventually get to subsonic, which we have some experience with. We did in our suborbital campaign.
Start of Raptor chill.
And Starship will eventually get down to its terminal velocity.
Now, I do want to point out real quick, see how there's a little bit of orange glowing kind of near the aft end there that we're seeing. Don't forget, they are missing some heat shield tiles, so we might actually be seeing some carbon. We might be seeing that burn through in some of those inert areas here. But it is past peak heating, so hopefully it doesn't destroy it, and hopefully it's valuable data for the teams. They did that intentionally to leave out some heat shield tiles, and that might be what we're seeing back there, or you're seeing orange, so we'll see.
As the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker. So we're at 63 kilometers, so we've already made it farther than we did on our last flight when that last signal was coming at 65 kilometers.
Oh my god.
So again, what we're really looking at here is the performance of the heat shield, of the flaps, of the seals in the flaps. There's just a whole bunch of different areas that we're keeping a really close eye on as we re-enter.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
This is insane.
And looking like we're still on a good trajectory. If you're seeing little camera moves, that's the flap moving as it continues to maintain the attitude of the vehicle as it re-enters. And I mean, not just camera views, but we've got sensors inside the ship. We've got those sensors down at the very aft end of the vehicle where we pointed out we had some intentionally missing tiles, where we've got some sensors looking at just how hot it's getting around there. We intentionally put those in essentially the least critical part of the heat shield, where if you had any kind of a breach, it wouldn't be great for reusability, but wouldn't be critical for actual making it through the reentry into the landing.
Reminder here, guys. So think about how much time it's spending slowing down. It's trying to reverse all the work that the booster, think about all the energy that that booster yeeted into that stage. And then that stage also burned for, 6-7 minutes, continuing all that velocity. That's energy. That is energy. And the atmosphere is getting rid of that energy right now, slowing the vehicle down essentially for free, but at the cost of an extreme amount of heat. It's turning that kinetic energy into heat. And so they just had to survive that heating that we're seeing right now, which is what all spacecraft have to do, but they normally use like an ablative heat shield. The shuttle used a tile system similar to this, but it was quite the refurbishment process. So they're trying to, do this in a different way that hopefully is, it almost looks like it's burning through the fin almost, or maybe that's just an artifact. I don't know. I'm going to listen in. Oh, it's burning through the fin. It's burning through the flap.
External temperatures are starting to come down.
Again, this camera view is looking right at one of the forward flaps.
Oh my
We're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at the different areas. Looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
I would say a little, yeah.
Yeah, it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off. What a show it has been. It's been like watching Interstellar or something.
This is wild to see this, but the ship is still coming down, which is incredible to see.
How far can it go? That is the question.
Keep your eye on the altitude in the bottom right-hand corner. We're at 54 kilometers right now.
It's just
now, ultimately, the data is the payload today. We've been saying it multiple times. Our teams are sitting, reviewing this data live, learning where the hot spots are. As you can see, there's an obvious hot spot there with the flap, and learning how we can improve this design. The goal was to get as far through this high heat reentry as possible. Ideally, we'd love to make it all the way down and perform that landing burn and flip maneuver, but we may not get that far today. We will see.
Again, this is a test, and we are gathering as much data as possible, visual data as well, which we can see here. We are getting a lot of debris covering the camera on your screen, but we can still see some of those sparks and flames from that high heat as ship is making its way back down to Earth.
Ship now at 50 kilometers.
It's still maintaining orientation, though.
The good news is we still got, looks like that camera lens just cracked. It's safe to say ship's getting a little beat up, but that's to be expected on a test flight. We are still learning how to improve the ship for total survival and recovery of the high heat reentry.
I'm honestly impressed that we're still getting this live view despite how much debris is coming off of this flap right now.
The fact that we've got it is good news.
Uh-oh.
And
they jinxed it again.
I may have jinxed it. I apologize. Look at that. It's back.
We are still going.
And the teams here at SpaceX are excited, as you can tell by the cheering behind us. There's still a sizable crowd here at Mission Control Center, Hawthorne.
A splashdown is expected in just about 4 minutes from now.
They might get telemetry all the way to the ground.
We're still moving.
I don't know if they'll get that.
We still have live views. Starlink is doing an incredible job.
Maximum entry dynamic pressure. External temperatures are dropping.
Okay, good news. Those external pressures are dropping. The question is, how much of the ship is left? We can't really tell. We can still see some of that particulate coming off. And unfortunately, we do have a cracked camera lens. But for any photographers out there and videographers, we know that's part of the gig sometimes.
Yeah, and you can see that the speed is rapidly slowing down. That's actually really great news for us. We want the vehicle to be slowing down before it splashes down into the ocean. That'll help set us up for that flip maneuver, engines first down into the water.
Exactly. So we have seen this flip maneuver demonstrated on previous high altitude flight tests like serial number 8. Oh, more views, or I should say more light coming through the view that we have through that cracked and dirtied lens there. But yeah, so we're hoping that this flip maneuver, that we can pull it off. As soon as we get those views back, if we can get them, If the ship is still around, we will bring
Vehicle
it back
has
to you.
passed maximum dynamic pressure.
That is great news.
Okay,
Maximum
that's
dynamic
good.
pressure being the moment in which the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure. Speed
that's-
still dropping. We're now at 37 kilometers above the ocean.
This thing does the flip maneuver.
Just like Flight 3, we are targeting a splashdown in the water in the Indian Ocean.
And we don't have a live view right now, but because we're still getting data and telemetry, that does tell us that ship is still doing okay, at least.
It looks like it's speeding up right now. Oh,
There, we got that live view back. The crowd very excited to see that view, despite not being able to see very much.
The fact that it's there tells us the ship is still alive.
Yes, and
For now.
collecting
Oh.
data.
it's decelerating very quickly, so it's still pretty intact.
Yes, now 30 kilometers, now 29 above the Indian
Starship is at
Ocean.
30 kilometers altitude, Mach 2.
Sounds
go,
like
that-
the vehicle's traveling, as we just heard, Mach 2, which is, looks like we might, I thought maybe it might clear up. It is a little bit,
Please tell me they have a tracking view.
now
Please
at T
tell me they
plus
have a
1
tracking
hour,
view.
3 minutes and 13 seconds into
can see the
Starship
flap
Flight
still.
4.
You can see the shape of the flap
Hoping
still.
that the ship can hang on. It's probably potentially hanging on by a couple of bolts and threads, but it's still going, and that is
It's almost down
excellent.
to where it was for the SN flight. So 10 kilometers is like when it's the flight region it's done before. So we're getting close to that.
Per hour.
Yeah.
Starship
And
is at 20 kilometers altitude.
now keep in mind that even though we can't see anything,
can see the flap.
the data itself is what we really are
Starship is subsonic.
subsonic. They're telling us it's traveling below the speed of sound. That movement means the flaps are actuating. I think we can see something.
Is that a landing burn
This is
already?
a nail biter. But we are, unfortunately, we can't see through the lens, but we're still getting the feed. Starship is now 11 kilometers over the ocean. All this data is incredibly important, even if,
Look at the
it breaks
flap.
up right now. Okay, we can see that flap actuating through the glass.
Look at that flap.
Starship is passing through 10 kilometers altitude.
Okay, the next milestone will be initiation of the flip maneuver and landing burn.
How is it hanging on?
Keep an eye on the bottom right corner of your screen for those 3 center engines to relight. They will gimbal or angle so that the ship flips itself back up vertical and hopefully lands in a vertical position.
This is like Short Circuit 2
And the
with
crowd
Johnny
is
5
very
all
excited
torn
to get
up.
this view of that flap still
Starship is
maneuvering.
passing through 5 kilometers altitude.
This is incredible.
It's dark.
Getting
but
very
it's-
close to splashdown.
These fireflies are such a good sign of life right now. We wish we
how
could see
slow
more,
it's
but we'll
going.
take it.
Starship is at 2 kilometers altitude, terminal velocity.
Landing burn startup for Starship.
All right, good news there.
Oh my God! No
Nominal change.
way!
Landing burn startup.
I think it's splashing down right now.
Starship is in landing burn.
Landing burn shutdown.
The landing burn shutdown was commanded.
It made it.
Wow. I mean, it was a little bit of use your imagination as you were going down with what we could actually see, but we were able to hear the ship did its landing burn. It sounded
Starship
like we
landing
might
burn
have got
shutdown.
2 engines. And there's the final call for landing burn shutdown, but we'll go back through all the data, but we did get confirmation that a landing burn took place. Starship made it through reentry and did its first ever landing burn.
No way.
From South Texas to the other side of the Earth, Starship is in the water. What a day. What a day, guys. Yeah. That was absolutely incredible.
Oh my God.
We got views pretty much the whole way down. Analysis said it could do it. We weren't sure if it was going to be able to happen, but Starlink powered through, and we were able to get signal. We started to get some debris on the cameras and everything, but we were able to see it. So, I mean, what a day. Just recapping, everything started off today. We lifted off from here in Starbase just about an hour ago. It feels like a lifetime. Successful super heavy ascent, boost back, and its own splashdown in the Gulf. Ship made it to space, kept its attitude. Successful re-entry through peak heating. We got to see it under flap control through the atmosphere, and we got call out of our first ever ship landing burn after a launch into space. So just really incredible. So I'm going to take some time to collect myself, but wow, that was incredible. I can't wait for the next one. Over to you guys.
It was so loud here. I haven't heard the crowd get that loud probably since liftoff of Flight 1, honestly.
That was incredible. Congratulations to our teammates, to everyone who supported the Starship program. Thanks to all of our future customers for your support. And we'd also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the government of Mexico. And since Starship got a little bit toasty from that extreme heat of reentry, and we've got our very own Starship right here, let's have a toast of our own.
I've been waiting all morning for this.
Okay, may I?
Light me up. Yeah. Just like Starship, I like this toasty.
I'm keeping this.
Now, we've got more Starship test flights coming to you soon. Be sure to follow the SpaceX account on X for more updates from today's test flight and future Starship tests. Thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.
Oh my. Are you kidding me? This is actually me speechless. Like, I can't even believe that. I'm sorry if you're watching this and you're not quite familiar with what we just saw. This has been like the culmination of, I've been coming out here since 2019 when there's just a tiny little thing called Starhopper setting itself on fire and doing little horrible propulsive little hops. Then to watch it go into the serial, SN 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, practicing that landing maneuver. Then today to actually have it all come together like this, I can't even believe it. Like, yes, there's some work to do, but remember what I said. They need to know where are their weak points. They definitely found out that those, and Elon and I talked about it quite a bit in the interview. Reminder, subscribe right now. We'll be having an interview with Elon Musk. He did actually promise something, and I'm going to try to get him on that, maybe even having a little bit of a follow-up. So we'll see. If they both splash down softly, can we do a follow-up tomorrow? That was last night, and he said, sure. So maybe we'll actually get a little bit more content even. So be sure you're subscribed. If you're, again, a Patreon supporter or a YouTube member, we'll get those reviews out as soon as the interview is okay to release. You guys will do a final check, make sure everything's good to go. Patreon.com/everydayastronaut or YouTube members. It's going to be amazing. We're going to go through some replays. We're going to start kind of going back through the X stream and watching, if we can. I don't know, Spencer, Andrew, if we're capable of doing that. But we're going to try and go back through some replays here. So it'll take us. I can't believe they made it through reentry with like half of a flap, and it maintained orientation. I mean, there's going to be some work to do, but this is enormous. This is absolutely enormous. Okay. Also, the big thing that I need to remind you guys, there's a few things. Number one, people want more. I know people want more Everyday Astronaut. They want their stuff. I don't make videos very often, like maybe one a month, right? That's kind of my upload schedule. I do have a podcast, People don't know about it. Spacewalk podcast, very casual. It's literally me, like sometimes at an airport or something, just walking around talking about spaceflight. I was on the beach for the last one after Starliner scrub before I came here. Just literally walking on the beach, answering questions, talking about kind of topical things. Spacewalk podcast, find it, listen. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. People have been asking for something like that for a long time. But I hope that there's so many of you guys tuning in. This means the world to me. I need to take a quick moment before we get to your questions and just thank our teams. The amount of work and lack of sleep that goes into being able to do these launches, these campaigns, especially when we squeezed in an Elon interview in the middle of camera setup and remote testing last night. Huge shout out to the teams at Cosmic Perspective and the Everyday Astronaut, kind of the joint crew here. Everyone that stayed up so late, putting countless hours fixing things in the middle of the night, like always somehow, but so proud of everyone and so thankful for all the hard work that everyone does behind the scenes and from all around the world. Even in the United States, we have people, wiring in and doing networking things on remotely and everything. So it takes a huge village to run a show like this, even on our end. And I'm so thankful for everyone's hard work. We will have hopefully some incredible 4K views for you guys, 4K slow motion views. That will come out. We'll see what we got. It was really foggy, unfortunately. The clarity was not great today. The tracking assets, we might not have got what we wanted for tracking today. But there will be future Starship launches. This is what's exciting about this program. If you saw this and you're like, what was that? When is it going to happen again? That's what's really exciting. You don't have to wait, years for the next launch attempt. You don't have to wait several months. It's like the next one might be within about 2 months. Like there's a decent chance it's early June. August might be the next launch. I expect August to be the next launch, which is crazy to think about. And what's awesome, if they like the way the booster performed, they might try and catch the booster back on the chopsticks, back on the launch pad, literally catching the booster out of the air. If today wasn't exciting enough, the next phases of the Starship program are just going to get more and more and more exciting, more and more ridiculous. What makes me excited about the booster catch is I'll be able to watch that with my own eyes right out here and watch a booster fall out of the sky, and we'll hear the sonic booms and we'll see it try to be caught by the tower. That is going to be the most exciting thing, I think. I can't even imagine. That's a skyscraper 70 meters tall falling out of the sky, being caught by a giant robot tower. Absolutely insane. That's what's next. Today was incredible, and I hope they learned a ton. It looks like they have a ton of valuable data. How they're going to strengthen up that interface there, the heating interface, because that does not look very reusable. I don't think they can do that too many times. But it's huge progress. Okay, cool. I think we're gonna pull up some replays. I want to see that. I might as well just rewatch part of it. Why not, right? And we'll see if we missed anything on the last go around here. I was pretty busy outside, losing my mind slightly. Beautiful liftoff shot. Yeah, I was tuning into the real thing, IRL, not seeing that shot is still incredible. Drone shot. I love they fly drones so close to this thing. We'll go full screen with this here in a second, and oh my gosh, that's a cool view. The shock waves. Are you freaking kidding me? Look at that. So reminder, again, this vehicle is 120 meters tall. It's almost 400 feet tall, 9 meters wide, 30 feet wide. Absolutely gargantuan. The largest flying object ever made. The heaviest flying object ever made by well over double the Saturn V's mass. And it flew. They demonstrated engine out capability. This is one of those debates. Was is too many engines a bad thing? Today they demonstrated that having a lot of engines actually gives you only lose about 3% of your thrust, which is easy to compensate on a vehicle like this because you can just throttle the other ones up, and that looked to prove absolutely successful today, which is really cool. We love to see that. I'm gonna kind of throw some comments up on here and some support. So thank you guys so much for those of you that are hanging out here watching. So this is a replay, just so you guys know. The launch already happened. It was fantastic. I just want to make sure that we're not disappointing anybody. This is a replay of what just happened about an hour ago. So that was an hour and 15 minutes ago. If you're tuning in right now, you missed the most incredible space flight test I've ever seen in my entire life. Absolutely unbelievable progress. And again, all a giant test, all a giant test. And that's what this is all about today. So there's Max Q-ish, it looks like. That is, oh, maybe, no, we're way beyond Max Q. What am I talking about? I need to sleep. Look at that view, though. Hard to believe that it went so smoothly for only the 4th test of this vehicle. That's quite an aggressive picture. So they're really flying this thing very vertical. It's not a very steep ascent profile. So eventually, you know, they'll get to steeper ascent profiles, a shallower ascent profile, sorry, and get more performance out of the vehicle. But like I said, they're really baking in a lot of margin here, I think, on these first test flights. Here comes stage separation. You can see the grid fins do actuate to be able to help getting reaction off of those engines at hot staging, and it helps it flip around. Amazing. That was huge. And the booster goes back to running 13 engines. So again, replay here, but the booster now is trying to cancel out that velocity. So it's moving away from the launch pad. It's doing the boost back burn, which slows it down. You'll see that speed slowing. The altitude is likely still rising. Yep, it's still rising at this point, but it's not worried about the altitude. It's just trying to get rid of that horizontal velocity of it moving away from the launch pad, because eventually it will come back and land. So what you're seeing here, it's pitched over completely horizontal, trying to remove out all that horizontal velocity. You see it there going down, but it's funny because it's going backwards, but it's still actually going up because it had all that inertia moving up. It had all that momentum going up in that direction. So even though it flipped around and is kind of slamming on the brakes essentially, it's still traveling up. So it'll start to fall back down here soon, as what we'll see next. Completely beautiful looking boost back burn. That looked absolutely flawless. So that's incredible. And now you see it slowing down because it's coasting. It's also coasting up. There's that hot stage ring jettison. And again, in the future, they won't need to jettison that hot staging ring. That's just a thing that they're doing now, just as an interim, to try to simplify and reduce the mass on the booster. Eventually, it'll all be integrated, and not so expendable, right? That defeats the purpose of reusability if you have to jettison the hot stage ring. Let's see. It looks like I might be missing out on a lot of your super chats. I'm seeing like from Nike Eden. Thank you so much. I mean, sorry, this whole system's getting our system's getting like overloaded here. So thank you to everyone who supported. I'm sorry that I'm missing. Like, this is a huge one from Nike or Nike Eden. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support for all of you out there watching and listening. This has been an amazing day for us here at Mars Studio B with the Everyday Astronaut and Cosmic Perspective teams, having a blast. This is what it's all about, is just being able to enjoy these views, witness history together, and just absolutely insane, guys. I can't even believe it still. So the booster is now falling, reorienting itself to come in engines first, which is similar to the Falcon 9. Again, you know, we're used to this with the Falcon 9. I just can't even believe this still. Yep, so here it comes back in through reentry. This is, this looked similar to Flight 3, except for that Flight 3's boost back burn shut down early because it had ice clogging, solid ice. We believe probably CH4 buildup. We'll talk. You'll have to wait till the Elon interview. We do talk about that quite a bit. What blocked it exactly? I don't want any spoilers because he talks about it quite a bit actually. So no more, no more. Oh, nice. We got a replay there. There we go. Thank you for putting that up. No more blockages on this one. It looked like a totally clean boost back burn. This was a cool view. So this is from on top of the super heavy booster. looking, basically looking up, and you look at the sides there, you'll actually see the grid fins moving a little bit. Now we're looking up from the Super Heavy booster at those grid fins. I love that shot. That looks so fake. That's what's hilarious about this whole thing is like, you can't make this up. We were here and watched this. We literally saw this. Now, granted, we haven't seen the return, but I mean, it obviously happened, and we'll see it in the future, which I can't wait. This is where I thought we were going to lose it, because look at those grid fins. They are shaking and wobbling, and I was like, oh, it's going to do the same thing as last time. And then, boom, ignition of it looks like it got 12 of the 13 Raptor engines lit, enough to slow it down, and look at that. The 3 remaining in the middle did the soft touchdown. Unbelievable. Can you rewind a little bit again? I want to see just the landing burn again. And then it bobbles a little bit in the water. You can actually see it like... Okay, yeah, start from here. Okay, so let's kind of look at this, analyze this for a second. Again, this must be kind of coming up on the transonic region is where things get real dicey. The grid fins start going crazy as it's going from supersonic here, and it's about to go subsonic here. Right around here, that's transonic. And now the thing is subsonic, lighting up the landing burn there. We lost an engine right away, 12 out of the 13 landing engines. You can see debris from that. But watch the altitude, 0, obviously. Speed was still pretty quick when it hit the water, but that could be on a delay as well compared to the video. It's kind of hard to tell. We'll have to see if they were happy. Remember, this is hitting the water, and it's remaining intact, which is fantastic. And now it fell over. So we'll have to see how happy they are with that, if that gives them enough confidence to go into the booster catch next. Just crazy. That was insane. And then, yeah, we saw the second stage continue on, getting up to about 27,000 kilometers an hour. It's cool they do shut down the Raptor vacuum engines, those outer ones that you see on the bottom right corner of the screen. They shut those down first, and then they do just kind of, throttle down with the center Raptors like this, and then that allows them, so they're shutting down the outer engines can't gimbal, they can't steer. They can only do thrust differential, so increasing and decreasing the thrust on those engines to help steer. So if they shut those down first, the middle engines can gimbal and steer a lot. And so that will allow it to continue, guiding and stay on a correct attitude for the rest of the burn. It's not quite as efficient as those outer engines, but for this little bit, you're only doing a 1,000 meters per second burn there. Not even a 500 meter per second burn. That's nothing. And they'll be tuning that soon. Maybe they'll only do those C engine burns for only a few seconds, like 2 seconds or something during shutdown. But for now, they're kind of doing things just nice and easy. So that's did that. Let's go ahead and fast forward then to the let's get to like near the end. So this is what the flap's supposed to look like. Remember, this is what it looked like before it got absolutely eaten away by plasma. The fact that it was still operating after being chewed apart by plasma is unbelievable to me. I can't believe it held up. So this view is looking down from the top of the Starship vehicle. Remember, again, this thing's huge. It's 45 meters tall, 9 meters wide. So 100, these clouds, by the way, are you kidding me? Like that view, insane. It's 100 feet tall, 30 feet wide, just massive vehicle. Coming in. Of course, no one on board. These are test flights. These are prototypes. These are just collecting data on if this reentry regime is valid, if these flaps are valid for reentry, if the heat shield tiles work. That's insane to me. Let's fast forward a little bit more. So so this is the view that we ended up seeing most of. I wonder if the other view ended up getting burnt out. Jeez, that was some of the craziest spaceflight footage I've ever seen in my life. Okay, here's where it started to eat through. Let's keep it here. So you're starting to see burn through right now, actually. seeing sparks flying, and now the plasma is starting to eat away at that joint. So there is a dynamic joint there. There's a hinge, and imagine trying to keep plasma out of a hinge. Obviously, that's quite difficult. And that's one of the biggest concerns. Elon talked about that in our tour last night. He's like, that's one of our biggest concerns is how do you seal that hinge? And it looks like they need some improvement. And maybe it means thicker heat shield tiles in that area. Maybe it means double plating the metal or some active cooling in areas. They might have to throw some regen through there with, a coolant loop or something. Who knows what the solution will be? But the cool thing is now they have the data to move forward. Now they know, okay, this is what happened. We saw it come through reentry. We saw it burn through in this spot. What can we do to mitigate that? What are all of our options? With heating, unfortunately, you just can't get away from it. It's going to come and it's going to hit your vehicle on reentry. You can't do like a propulsive slowdown. I know people ask, like, why don't they just slow down before they get to the atmosphere? Well, don't forget how much rocket it took to get it to that speed. It took the whole stack. It took the booster and the entire ship's 98% of the propellant on the ship to get up to this velocity. So if you had to slow down before that, you would need that same amount of propellant, which means to get it there in the first place would take like 10 times the amount of propellant. So 10 times, it just scales horribly wrong. So they're trying to use the atmosphere to their advantage. They're trying to use the atmosphere as a brake. And the atmosphere is really, a great brake. It slows the vehicle down for free. It doesn't have to use propellant to slow down, but you just have to be able to deal and manage the heat. So, like I said, that's where we're starting to see the burn through. You can see it glowing and burning through that nose flap. So that's the nose flap. I'm afraid to touch that Starship because it's just too scary. I don't want to break it. And I do want to play with it though and show you guys what exactly we're looking at. But that's it burning through. So that joint was failing and the heat shield was not able to keep plasma out of that dynamic joint there. So, oh my gosh. I can't believe it. How did it survive? Like I said, I don't know. I made a reference to an 80s movie, Short Circuit 2, when a robot named Johnny Five gets like destroyed by some gang members. Spoiler. And he still manages, the plucky little guy manages to still fight them off. And I feel like that's what we're seeing. We're seeing this, anthropomorphizing this vehicle and seeing it as like this creature. And it's like, no. And it's just holding together. And you're just seeing it be ripped apart. And again, these flaps are massive. Like, this is unbelievable. But yet, I can't believe it survived. This looked like dunzo. This looked like there's no way they're going to be able to, I thought it was going to break up for sure. But you can see the steel literally just melting away. Oh my gosh. If they have tracking assets, how cool would that be if they actually had like tracking assets, seeing some of this externally? The views, I'm sure, internally are absolutely insane. Yeah, and Mr. Susceptibility in our Discord says, I'm wondering how the other flaps held up. Yeah, it makes you wonder, is it all the flaps like this? Is it just this one that happened to get really bad? Was it all of them are looking this beat up? How did it maintain orientation and not lose control if all the flaps are just absolutely chewed through? Just crazy. This is a good question here from Vortex Gamer. Do they need to do another mishap investigation for the parts that broke off the booster and from the flap that melted? So good question. The way we understand it is as long as the vehicle, even broken pieces of the vehicle, are inside the exclusion zone and did not pose any risk, because don't forget they make a corridor of where this thing's going to re-enter, where they expect it to splash down. So there's no people in the area, there's no boats, there's no planes, there's nothing. As long as the vehicle stayed inside that area, the FAA is actually working with them even quicker now and making it so so as long as it did that, they're going to basically renew the license again for the entire system, saying, yep, it posed no risk to the safety of the public. Go ahead and do it again. So we don't expect, and that's actually new. That's a good thing. That's, people always kind of dog at the FAA for being slow. I think it's not, I know people want to make it about politics. I don't think it's about politics. I just think they're understaffed, and think about 5 years ago again, if you had said, hey, FAA, guess what? There's going to be hundreds of launches a year from the United States, rocket launches. They would go, no, there's not. And I just don't think they're able to keep up with the demand of modern spaceflight, and they're trying. And so they're actually making active attempts at, doing things like, hey, if it stayed within the exclusion zones and nothing fell off of it in flight, that would oppose, that was insane when the flap moved. Here comes the landing burn. The telemetry didn't show the landing burn, or the engines on the bottom right. But this is when it touched down, basically. Right there, splashdown. Can't even believe it. And it tips over. The little icon does show that. Can you rewind a little bit there again, Spencer? I was in the middle of a rant about... a little more. I want to watch the speed. Oh, no, this is actually good. You're fine. Yeah, this is good. Wherever. Okay, so 9 kilometers. Again, this is pretty similar to what they used to do with the SN stuff, was a 10-kilometer... But don't forget, it started at almost 0 velocity back then. It would speed up to only like 200 or 300 kilometers an hour or something. So this was still having to do a bit more, slow down with just the flaps. I can't believe it held up. So down to 6 kilometers. Look at how much it's still slowing. This is the beautiful thing about using the entire vehicle to slow down. It's slowing down for free. It's not using propellant yet. It's literally... And by the way, I think the glowing that you're seeing, I think it is like on fire. Definitely appears to be on fire for sure. But it's also dark there, and you might be seeing some cloud layer stuff. But yeah, this thing was flaming all the way to the ground. I almost guarantee it. But this shot is cool. So I think it almost seems like this is when it went under some clouds, because it got really dark here for a second. And then we're going to see that flap move a little bit at the last bit. When the engines light up, you'll actually get some light again, which is right about any second here. Here we go. Engines are going to light. And you see that damaged flap move. I can't believe that is there. Guys, come on. That was just... the most insane thing I have ever seen. Oh, man. Can you believe it? Guys, I think... Oh, man. There's so many people I need to thank. There's some huge super chats. Like, from Wheelbarrow, I love... Thank you so much, Wheel. Hey, Tim, I'm sure you have already had plenty of Texas tacos already. So here's some Tex-Mex and yummy drinks and desserts for the after party. Thank you so much. We will be feeding our team plentiful tonight. This is a big day. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, Eric says, how many times during the stream did Tim say unbelievable? Don't you dare do any drinking games based on my language, because I will say about 3 things over. Unbelievable, crazy, like that, just some, lack of sleep. I'm not very poetic anyway, let alone like when I'm just shell-shocked like this. But thank you so much. There's so many people to thank. Huge thanks. I mean, to all of you that super chatted and all the new members. We have, Derek Kerr becoming a member. Steve McCorkle says, I fully expect a super flap shirt. I don't know. We don't tend to do shirts that are like based on single events. We like to do things that are just kind of more generic spaceflight things. So it's, not like riding off. I don't like the idea of kind of like riding off the coattails of SpaceX. Like, they did this thing, now let's make a shirt off of it. Let's merchandise that flap. It's like that. Just, I don't know. That's not really us. We have made things about like orbital. This can apply to any orbital rocket. And our heat shield tiles. Yeah, that one's a little bit, I guess. But at the same time, it's hilarious. My house has actually had the same like design for a long time. So it's a pretty difficult thing. But that being said, I don't think our next merch collection, we're going to drop a collection here this summer, and it's going to be quite different than what we've had recently. So, so speaking of that, obviously, if you guys want to support the show, again, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Grab some stuff while you're around. It means the world to us. It's the best way one of the best ways to support the show. Obviously, patreon.com/everydayastronaut is probably the best still, and the super chats are huge. They make all the world difference. But everydayastronaut.com/shop. Grab yourself some merch. Again, we have 15% off of our heat shield collection. I think that sale will end tomorrow. But don't forget, we do have our RUDs up for 50% off of some stuff. So clear out that inventory for us. Help us get it out of the way so we can make room for the new collection, which is going to be awesome. So I promise, I hope you stick around. I hope you guys, again, are subscribed. I hope you have notifications on, because when the Elon interview drops, you're not going to want to miss it. There's a lot of good, juicy details. Absolutely crazy. Let's answer a few more questions here, and then I'm going to wrap up so we can all maybe try to get a little nap in and then start upload. We have so much footage to go through and start trying to upload and do. So, yeah, just thank you guys all so much. I can't even, from Eric Lucina and Captain No Name, Flap Norris. Oh, thank you so much, Jeff. Amazing. You're broadcasting the inclusion of SpaceX Feed with it. I think that's the best way to do these is bring in the SpaceX Feed so we stay. I like to be informed. I like to be able to stay in touch, and learn as much as I can on air, obviously. And it just makes it an easy viewing experience for you at home, hopefully, that we can kind of we'll provide our views when they're great, and sometimes our views are awesome, and 4K, we're the only ones doing end-to-end 4K. When we have those great views, we'll share them. Otherwise, at least we can always defer to SpaceX and watch together, and it's not much different than when I'm, at home streaming or something. So I definitely want to keep coming out. I'm going to be coming out here as long as these continue to be exciting. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, and it's because you guys are watching that we continue to do it. So all of you, even just watching, throw us a like. It makes the difference. Hit subscribe, all that good stuff. I just can't even believe it. From Wildly Coyote, I like this. Looks like the flap did have a stainless steel ablative layer after all. That's absolutely right. Oh man. The Space Geek, yes, it's nighttime over by Australia. That's why it's dark. Yeah. So I actually thought they were going to be able to re-enter and still have it be not fully in dusk. But I'm guessing it just, that whole darn globe we live on. Let's see. This is from Benosaurus Rex. Now that since Starship Splashdown intact, will they try to recover the body of the rocket to examine, or will it just sink to the bottom of the Indian Ocean? I don't think. I think at this point they're going to detonate it. They definitely won't try to recover it. The most important thing is the data on board. So they have sensors all over this thing to pick up on those temperatures, see what went wrong. They have visual data all over the place. They have more information than, a visual inspection from the outside is obviously fun. And I think us from the outside would probably feel like we learned a lot. Like, look at how much it charred through here and burned through here. But they actually have the data that will tell them how to move forward, even without any recovery of the vehicle. So that's not as important. So, okay. So I think, guys, again, I think we're just going to end it here. We gotta get the teams fed and some sleep inside of us before we continue to download all of our footage and everything. You guys are amazing. And again, huge shout out to our teams here. Spencer for running the show, did an amazing job. I want to say thank you, Spencer, but also Andrew Keating for running audio, and all the people behind the scenes that made this happen, and the Cosmic Perspective crew and the trackers and all of the teams. This is so much bigger than just me. This is a whole team of people. And it's also thank you to all of you for watching. You make this possible too, because we wouldn't be able to do this without your support, and even just watching is support. So the fact that you're here still listening to me ramble is support. And again, everydayastronaut.com/shop. Grab some merch while it's on sale. And also patreon.com/everydayastronaut. Get ready for the upcoming Elon interview. Will drop as soon as I can. We'll see if we can get more from that. But everybody, this was a huge day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Huge congratulations to SpaceX. What an exciting milestone. What an exciting test. Cannot wait for the next one. But that's going to do it for me. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, bringing space down to Earth for everyday people. Goodbye, everybody.